Maganadog, Wagoshin's Quay and Dajnakas, Ojibwe Nishnabbe Quayenda, Bawating and Donjaba, Magwin and Dodum. Most of you know me as Danny Fagan. I'm the director for Gidiangwami Edaman Ejina Windyang, which is our Ojibwe name for the Natural Resources Division. Our division's Anishinaabe name actually relates to the idea that we're careful in how we relate to plant, fish, wildlife, water, and other relatives, reflecting our respectful stewardship approach. And I'm really grateful to be part of a division that prioritizes relationships and respect with the environment and our human and more than human relatives. Personally and professionally committed to this work, and I'm excited to share an overview of the work that we do as a division. Next slide. So on this slide are the vision and mission for the Natural Resources Division. And given that we're limited in time, I'll likely refer to our division as NRD quite a bit throughout this. Our vision is to protect, enhance, and support resilient ecological communities and our members' intergenerational rights, relationships, and responsibilities within those communities. In short, healthy lands and waters that sustain our people for generations. Related to this, our mission is to lead in collaborative stewardship in the Great Lakes region to ensure ecological resilience and sustainable relationships, honoring those who came before us and those yet to come. This emphasizes our role as caretakers in partnership with others. The photo on the right is a photo of an elder maple tree in pictured rocks. And on the Anishinaabe side of my family, I'm from Grand Island, Munising area, so I try to get out there to visit quite a bit. Next slide. Within NRD, we have 4 key program areas: environmental, fisheries, wildlife, and the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience. Each program has a manager, director, and staff, and we aim to connect and collaborate across programs. A good example of these shared projects are the shared wildlife and seeker projects, such as the Ashkode or Fire Project. Despite our wide range of responsibilities, we maintain a fairly lean structure. This is possible and necessary given that many of our positions are grant funded. Next slide. Here's the NRD org chart, which I feel like is standard fare in a board orientation. This shows our departments and reporting line. So we currently have a vacant wildlife program manager position, as I just stepped into the Natural Resources Division director role. But each of our 4 program areas is represented with its lead and team members here. The environmental program focuses on air, water, and land protection. The fisheries program manages fishery resources and hatcheries. The wildlife program monitors and protects wildlife and habitat. And SEEKR, the abbreviation or acronym for the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, is a research consortium partnering with universities and agencies. This chart also shows our admin staff. Given our administrative load, it's critical that we have division admin support staff. Did we lose our PowerPoint?
I almost wonder if you should sit closer, Amber, only because...
There you go. Oh, you mean over there? Or
you could even sit where in that black table right next to Aaron, and one of these blue boards would reach you right here.
Oh.
oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Can I go to the next slide?
We go through Danny's. Okay.
So we'll adjust.
All right, next slide. Thank you. So who does the NRD serve? There we go. Thank you. Our work ultimately benefits a broad range of Sioux Tribe members and beyond. First, we support tribal members exercising treaty reserved rights within the 1836 ceded territory. In 2024, 4,511 tribal members picked up their harvest cards. Our management in fisheries and wildlife directly supports tribal citizens exercising subsistence and traditional harvesting methods, but we also serve members who may never hunt or fish, but depend on clean water, air, and healthy ecosystems for daily life and ceremony. For example, people need safe water for ceremonies and wild food for feasts. Additionally, any tribal members who consume Great Lakes fish or local game as part of a healthy traditional diet rely on our work to keep those resources safe and plentiful. Our environmental program even helps tribal households with indoor air quality and drinking water issues, ensuring families have healthy homes. Lastly, while our focus is tribal members, the broader communities in our area also benefit from the natural resource protection and restoration that we carry out. Next slide. I should mention, you don't have to go back. Throughout, I've included photos and snips from various tribal newspaper articles that we've written and/or social media posts. Next, I'll move into an overview of NRD's 4 main program areas and the pillars of our work. Our environmental program, as I mentioned, protects air, water, and land through monitoring, policy development, and public education. Our fisheries program manages and restores fish populations, operates hatcheries, and supports tribal fishing rights. Our wildlife program monitors and conserves wildlife and plant relatives, manages habitat and harvest in line with treaty rights, and SEEKR is a partnership-based program driving research and collaborative projects for ecological resilience. Each program aligns with our strategic goals and serves the tribal community in distinct but complementary ways. And we'll dive into the 4 programs in the next 20 slides. Next slide. Cool. The environmental program safeguards the tribe's air, water, and lands through science, policy, and education. This slide shows how the program aligns with the tribe's 2025 to 2029 strategic plan. Under Priority 1, Sustainable Self-Governance, our environmental staff conduct ambient and indoor air monitoring, precipitation sampling, and surface water monitoring. They also develop treatment as a state applications under the Clean Air and Clean Water Acts. Under Priority 2, Interagency Management, the program coordinates with agencies like the EPA and Michigan Eagle on permits, data sharing, and policy issues, strengthening our sovereignty through cooperation. Priority 3, Community Engagement. Staff lead outreach at powwows and community events, provide environmental education workshops, and support Anishinaabe-led clean air and water initiatives. Last but not least, under Priority 4, Capacity and Wellbeing, the team secures and manages multi-year EPA grants, trains staff in quality assurance and monitoring, and builds long-term program sustainability. In terms of funding, the environmental program runs almost entirely on external grants. Major sources include the EPA Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act grants, the EPA GAP, or General Assistance Program, Capacity Building Program, CERCLA funding for brownfields, and various partner grants. Next slide. There we go. Now I'll highlight some major focus areas of the environmental program's current work. These include air quality monitoring. So the team operates an NADP, or National Atmospheric Deposition Program site, to monitor precipitation chemistry. We're also rolling out a network of purple air sensors to track local air quality. Additionally, we're preparing a Clean Air Act task or treatment as a state application to gain more authority over air quality on tribal lands. We also conduct indoor air quality assessments in tribal homes. Moving on to water quality sampling. Staff regularly test well water and surface waters across the region. They analyze the results and inform the community of any risks. For instance, checking for contaminants in private wells or local streams and advising tribal members on safety. Brownfields. We recently filled our brownfields position. This program is building a comprehensive inventory of contaminated sites under CERCLA. They're developing standard operating procedures and helping other departments, for example, housing, respond to spills or contamination on tribal lands. Essentially, they identify and plan to clean up any polluted brownfield sites in our community, in our tribal community. When it comes to emergency response, we're actively building capacity to respond to environmental emergencies such as chemical spills. Recently, the team trained with the U.S. Coast Guard in a spill response exercise down near the Cut River, completed FEMA Incident Command courses, and 2 staff members were certified in the 40-hour HAZWOPER for hazardous waste operations. Our team is actively building capacity to respond to environmental incidents. And then on the right is a flyer for the upcoming MTAG meeting, the Michigan Tribal Environmental Group. So NRD is actually going to host the tribe's first MTAG quarterly meeting in over a decade here next week. Next slide. You there? Perfect. Highlighting some key achievements, the environmental program made significant progress this year across all focus areas. We completed 3 new CLAPs for air quality, 4 home air assessments. We improved the NADP monitoring site and expanded purple air sensors across 7 counties while advancing our treatment as a state application under the Clean Air Act. When it comes to water protection, we installed reverse osmosis systems in homes with uranium-contaminated wells. We distributed rain barrels, and the photo on the right is from a rain barrel education workshop. We conducted stream assessments, and we represented the tribe in Line 5 discussions. On the brownfields and emergency response end, we partnered with Bay Mills on tire cleanup, updated the brownfield site inventory, participated in that Coast Guard spill drill, and joined command response for a freighter grounding in the St. Mary's. When it comes to community and collaboration, we presented at conferences, hosted educational booths, and strengthened partnerships like with EPA, EAGLE, and tribal networks like TAMS, NTAA, and MTAG, realizing that's a lot of acronyms. That's the National Tribal Air Association and the Tribal Air Monitoring Support Center. Next slide. Looking ahead, the environmental program is focused on advancing tribal sovereignty through new regulatory authority and continuing strong on-the-ground protection and community engagement efforts. We plan to finalize our Clean Air Act TAS application and update the Clean Water Act TAS to expand tribal enforcement of air and water standards, key for self-determination. We plan to add ambient air sensors, increase surface water sampling, and upgrade reporting so data drives decisions, and we can document early detection. We intend to continue engaging with the community, including leading a workshop to help families build low-cost air filters for smoke events like we saw the past summer. We plan to strengthen data and regulatory staff skills, upgrade field, lab, and visualization tools, and pursue EPA SWIFR to build a tribal recycling and waste management framework. Bottom line, we're doing our best to advance tribal sovereignty via TAS while improving on-the-ground protection through better monitoring, outreach, and targeted new funding. Next slide. Moving on to fisheries. The fisheries program manages, protects, and restores fisheries across the 1836 treaty-ceded territory area, ensuring sustainable fish populations for tribal members who fish commercially, for subsistence, or recreation. We operate walleye and whitefish hatcheries, conduct biological assessments, coordinate harvest reporting with state and federal co-managers, and lead an aquatic invasive species program to protect native species. The team also engages the community, especially youth, in fisheries science. Funding comes almost entirely from external sources, primarily BIA and GLRI funds, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service grants, and other competitive awards. Next slide. Okay. The fisheries program manages all fisheries-related harvest permitting and reporting under the tribe's Great Lakes and inland consent decrees. Staff process biweekly commercial harvest reports from about 50 active fishers, oversee retail sales tracking, and collect monthly reports from more than 250 subsistence fishers. We also issue and track special permits for walleye harvest and compile annual summaries of inland harvest shared with co-managers as required by the 2007 Inland Consent Decree. I did my best to pull every single one of those and make sure that it's included in the downloads page on SiouxTribe.com a few months ago, and so it's up to date through our most recent report. This detailed reporting ensures sustainable harvest, demonstrates transparency and responsibility in co-management, and strengthens trust with state and tribal partners by providing accurate, timely data for management decisions. Next slide. The fisheries program conducts biological assessments and research to guide sustainable management. Staff perform regular Great Lakes sampling, both on ride-along trips with our commercial fishers and dockside, to monitor fish populations across Lake Superior, Michigan, Huron, and the St. Mary's River. Long-term surveys, like the Gagoon Community Survey, track key species such as whitefish and lake trout, while invasive species monitoring safeguards native ecosystems. NRD biologists also serve on multiple Great Lakes and inland technical committees. Next slide. The Atikamekw Initiative is NRD's lake whitefish restoration project and one of the projects that gets a lot of attention. In 2025, over 109,000 juvenile whitefish were raised and stocked from the Barbel Hatchery in Odenang Pond, our highest production yet for a species that's both declining and difficult to culture. It's been a learning experience. The team continues upgrading the hatchery systems to boost efficiency and survival and is in year 2 of a whitefish translocation project to reestablish fish in struggling areas. Next, biologists will evaluate survival, refine rearing methods through adaptive management, and develop a lake whitefish management plan to guide long-term goals and stocking strategies. Next slide. Thanks. Moving on to walleye. In 2025, we stocked 437,696 spring walleye fingerlings into priority inland waters to support subsistence and sport fisheries. The table on the right shows where those those fish were stocked. We're upgrading fry tanks and facility components to boost early survival and hatchery efficiency. Next, we'll finalize an OGA stocking plan, walleye stocking plan, and a fisheries management plan to guide stocking, monitoring, and harvest, keeping this cornerstone fishery strong for generations. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit about our AIS, or Aquatic Invasive Species, or Non-Local Beings program. Our team completed 34 early detection efforts in the St. Mary's River with no new aquatic invasive species detected. Capacity grew with staff trained under the MOCC courses. Those are the motorboat operator certification courses that federal agencies offer. And eDNA training to enhance early detection. We're participating in the SWIM project, which is a whitefish tagging and mussel control project to pair conservation with invasive species management, prioritizing vigilance and rapid response. And we've got more tribal newspaper articles on this slide and on the next slide. Thank you. This one's fun, and maybe some of you have relatives that go to these schools. The fisheries program is involved in a number of outreach programs within the community. This includes Boat to School, which is an ongoing hands-on fisheries education program with JKL and MSU Extension. It includes invasive species outreach through event booths, development of coloring books, newspaper articles, and social media to broaden awareness. And then just recently, we actually delivered 3 sturgeon. Rusty was able to bring 3 sturgeon into 3 different classrooms where the schools will raise and release the sturgeon, so linking science with Anishinaabe culture. JKL is one of those schools. I believe Lake Superior Academy, or LSA, is another one. That's where my nieces go, and I believe Rusty made a stop there. On the other end, we also provide 1,400 pounds plus of fish products, directly benefiting the Elder Meals program and providing a direct community benefit. Next slide. Switching gears a bit here, you're going to see a few trail camera photos. So our wildlife program addresses not just animals, but also the ecosystems and plant life that they depend on. The wildlife program performs population-level assessments of our non-human relatives, meaning that we study wildlife and plant populations and their relationships with the environment and one another. We also work collaboratively with external agencies to monitor and manage harvest levels and to carry out stewardship projects across the 1836 ceded territory, with much of that work being concentrated in the EUP given logistics. This is critical for implementation of the 2007 Inland Consent Decree, which governs inland hunting, fishing, and gathering, and the 2006 Memorandum of Understanding with the U.S. Forest Service for co-management on national forest lands within the ceded territory. In essence, the wildlife team ensures that treaty reserved rights to hunt, trap, and gather are exercised sustainably, and that their habitats are managed in partnership with other jurisdictions. The primary funding sources for wildlife are similar to fisheries, with BIA rights protection implementation funds forming the background, in addition to other competitive funding. Next slide. Our ongoing work in the wildlife program truly spans a spectrum from coastal wetlands to upland fire-dependent sand plains in the Rako area. We've got quite a bit going on. I'm glad you all have handouts because the font is small, but I wanted to highlight the breadth of what we're working on. In our Hemi-Boreal and Boreal Initiative project, which also includes our Shkode project, we're working on planned and cultural fire, working through a Tribal Forest Protection Act collaboration with the U.S. Forest Service, and on multiple GLRI projects focused on marten, wolves, spruce grouse, deer, and cedar. On the coastal side of the house, we're working to monitor waterfowl, marsh birds, colonial water birds, muskrats, mud puppies, as well as doing on-the-ground wetland restoration and monoman seeding. We're working to build out our forestry and fire planning work. This includes trust land forest inventories or stand exams, stewardship of the Shingle Bay property, including mapping and developing permitting authority for free use permits for timber sales on tribal trust lands. Finally, and I apologize that this is on the bottom of the slides, harvest management is critical. Every year, one of the most important things that we can do to preserve our tribal members' inland harvest rights is make sure that we are doing a good job monitoring harvest activity. Development of the annual harvest and effort summary, this document, the ones that are available online, is critical, and we continue to meet that responsibility year after year. And it's often to a detail greater than the state or other tribes can provide. So it's a point of pride. Next slide. Some key achievements on the wildlife side. For our boreal team, we had our first planned burn at the Bachelor Marsh, which included ceremony with Sioux Tribe elders. We completed pre-burn surveys across the entire Bachelor Marsh burn unit using a new technology, which hopefully I'll get to share that at some point. We also tagged spruce grouse. We collected over 250,000 camera images with 23,000 plus detections of wildlife. And we advised on projects like the trail planning down at the Hessel property. When it comes to coastal wetlands, we removed 20 plus acres of invasive species. We surveyed 83 miles of shoreline for invasive species, noting 100 plus new detections, and we seeded 1,200 pounds of monomen at 6 sites. We monitored 25 sites for marsh birds, contributed to a muskrat disease study, and led a St. Mary's River wetland resilience planning project. Next slide. Looking forward, under the Boreal Forest Initiative, we have some exciting projects on the horizon. We're planning to lab trap and collar American marten to understand how they're responding to habitat stewardship actions, including prescribed fire. All of those camera trap photos that I mentioned aren't just for counts and for fun. We'll be analyzing those through multi-species occupancy frameworks to understand patterns within the Ishkode project area. And then finally, with those years of tribal harvest reports that we have from members, we've been doing our job and meeting our commitment to provide those, but we have over a decade of data now, so we can start looking at trends and really digging into that data. Next slide. Our coastal program continues to dig in on habitat restoration and understanding wildlife response. On the stewardship and monitoring side of things, we're launching a black tern project at Muskong. We're beginning mud puppy monitoring and habitat work. We're expanding our marsh bird surveys, and we recently submitted a proposal to expand tribal bat monitoring, including in coastal areas. We're advancing our understanding of monomen restoration through continued development of habitat suitability models with project partners and seeding 10 plus acres of monomen while treating 20 plus acres of invasive species. We're trying to up our game when it comes to land and water planning, including through assessment of potential removal of the Muskong Bay Dike, whether that's partial or the entire thing. This work is supported by a letter that was supported by the Board of Directors and is just kicking off. In the future, we would like to add, when the time is right, funding-wise, we would like to add somebody really focused on wetland ecology and specifically add a monomen specialist to our team, as our wild rice work really could take a full FTE every year. Next slide. Finally, Seeker. As I noted earlier, Seeker is now housed within the NRD umbrella. And again, Seeker is the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience. It was established in 2023 by a board resolution directing formal partnerships with universities and federal agencies. The purpose of Seeker is to expand NRD's capacity by leveraging external expertise and funding through MOUs with universities and federal partners. It really, I'm trying to think of where it got its start. A lot of this was related to some of the fire work, but really Seeker's work also includes monomen restoration up to the fire projects, so they kind of span the gamut too. These partnerships bring scientific expertise, student engagement, and external funding, allowing NRD to advance large-scale research and stewardship without relying on tribal funds, making Seeker a true force multiplier for us. Next slide. I realize this is the only picture that has like an individual up front. This is Hayden. Hayden was one of our interns this summer, and this is actually over at the Shingle Bay property. I should have spread out like the photos, but one thing I wanted to point out is we've got multiple MOUs with universities, including MSU, where Hayden is currently enrolled as a student. And that MOU actually intends to support collaborative research on snowshoe hare ecology and climate impacts, as well as support the Hemiboreal Decision Support Project. But we have a new partnership with Hayden. After he interned with us, he wanted to continue working with us, and we hope to have him on the team long term, which I believe is the intent of the internship program. Additional MOUs include with NMU and Ohio University. NMU is a strategic one for us, as it's the only university within the 1836 with a master's degree in related fields such as wildlife. I believe it's a master's degree in biology. Side. This picture looks more alarming than it is. It's just a lot of smoke. But Seeker's ongoing projects demonstrate its growing leadership in regional ecological collaboration. These include the Great Lakes Basin Monoman Plan. So Seeker is leading a multi-tribal effort funded by the BIA to coordinate wildlife stewardship across the Great Lakes. Seeker was also heavily involved in the St. Mary's River Planning Project, which was funded by NIFWIF, in which Seeker helped to organize 23 organizations to develop a wetland protection and restoration plan in the St. Mary's. Finally, Seeker's been key in our Tribal Forest Protection Act, or TFPA, work with the Hiawatha National Forest. So partnering with NRD and the Forest Service, and I say partnering with because Seeker was separate from the NRD up until 2 months ago. Seeker's guiding adaptive forest management, developing monitoring tools, and blending Anishinaabe knowledge with Western science to improve forest health and reduce wildfire risk. There's a lot of detail that we can read here. I'd like to highlight one or two of them. I've talked quite a bit about our fire work, but two things we're very interested in include partnerships with the Global Land Restoration Fund, as well as work through the First Nations Development Institute. So partnering with U of M and the new Great Lakes Restoration Fund nonprofit, Seeker's exploring financing tools to return land to Indigenous stewardship, potentially making Sioux Tribe a flagship project for global conservation investment. Separate but related, Seeker is helping to design funding markets that support Ojibwe-led stewardship and land rematriation within the 1836 ceded territory. Efforts include building internal finance capacity, defining conservation priorities, and measuring ecosystem benefits of tribal management. Next slide. Seeker's upcoming work continues advancing innovation in conservation and tribal stewardship. Here you can read a bit more about what we've got going on. One thing that I'm really excited to dig into, though, is the work with the Global Land Restoration Fund. And the board supported that MOU development at the Munising meeting, so approximately a month ago. We're just getting going on that, but it also includes some kind of strategic mapping. What makes sense for the tribe in terms of land investment, and what are some creative ways we can go about returning land to the tribe? That will certainly include interaction with tribal leadership moving forward, and like I said, we're just getting started there. Next slide. This beauty. I'll get us started. So as I mentioned, Seeker's work reflects how collaboration and innovation strengthen our capacity to lead on large-scale conservation and research projects. Those same principles, strategic partnerships, diversification, and efficiency apply across the entire NRD. To sustain all this work, rely on careful financial planning and an intentional funding strategy. The slide is a summary of NRD's overall funding picture and how we've continued to maximize external funding while minimizing reliance on tribal support. We have 53 cost centers on our spreadsheet right now. Next slide. This is a really cool yellow coral fungus. This slide provides a visual of the many agencies and organizations that NRD works with for our funding and collaboration. These include the BIA, EPA. This would just be me reading you a list of acronyms. I won't do that to you. What I will say is many federal agencies, some newer nonprofits, and private entities, but really a broad range. The main point here is the breadth of our partnership and funding network. We don't have all of our eggs in one basket, and I would point to this list to demonstrate that I think we have a reputation for making good on our grant commitments, and that reputation has allowed us to make new partnerships, right? It's a positive feedback cycle. So we're always aiming to do a good job, make sure that we're carrying out the work that we've committed to, meeting reporting obligations, et cetera, so that we can continue funding the 26 people that work for the NRD and doing the work that our tribal members are interested in. Next slide. So as we wrap up, I want to acknowledge some key opportunities and challenges facing NRD and how we're approaching them. This is on the bottom, this is Mike Castine. He's one of our coastal biologists, and I feel like this encapsulates like the approach. We're always running into issues, but I feel like we also have quite a bit of fun doing our work. Mike recently had his truck towed away. So when it comes to opportunities, we are really excited about the new NRD building. This is a huge opportunity for us, and we'll finally put most of our staff under 2 very nearby roofs. Currently, we're in 4 different buildings scattered across Sault Ste. Marie right now. It will enhance collaboration, coordination, and morale. And I'm hoping that we can have some coffee hours in our brand new conference rooms there. Another opportunity, funding success, sorry. As noted, we've been successful in securing funding. And this is directly related to my challenges bullet, the next one, is that there is some uncertainty in future funding opportunities. So it can be unpredictable. Under the current administration, there have been some proposed cuts to many programs that support our work, including rights protection implementation, as well as many of the other environmental programs. We plan to be proactive in planning for any potential changes, and we've seen this before. Maybe not exactly like this. However, priorities with federal administrations change every so often. We are very considerate of any growth or addition of new employees and only taking on work that is, we're asking for what we need in terms of funding. One other big challenge, as you saw, is, or maybe you can assume, is our administrative burden. So with 53 cost centers, many are single-purpose grants in one line. It's a lot to manage. And our staff, including our admin assistant and our grants manager, we spend a lot of time on paperwork, budgeting, and compliance. We hope to streamline this work in the future, simplify processes. We're aiming to take in more of those multi-year grants because that's much easier administratively than a bunch of single-year grants consecutively. And again, at a time where we can identify appropriate funding and where things maybe look a bit different, we would like to prioritize bringing on a assistant or deputy director to our division, as well as office management staff to help with some of this work. But we understand the context we're working in. We do want to make sure, though, that like the individual, me in this case, in the director role, has the administrative support so that I can work on the big picture issues that our tribe brings to intergovernmental tables. So in summary, we continue to grow and hopefully grow our impact through collaboration, innovation, and strategic use of external funding sources. None of this would be possible without the folks that, they don't often get a lot of the thanks. That includes our admin team and budgeting, accounting, the guys that keep our computers on, everyone. But just really want to thank you for the time to share. And it's not often that we get to kind of go through a highlight of the entire division's work, so I appreciate it.
I know that we're up on the next presentation, but there's a couple things I want to say about the department. So having supervised the department, all of the principals that are in the department, at one time I was supervisor over our department. And, I grew up at the generation that watched that Indian crying when the pollution was going down the river. He wasn't even Indian, but it's part and parcel of who we are as Indian people, to protect our Mother Earth and to live in balance with our Aki and our Nimbish, our water and our Mother Earth. And so I really appreciate the work of our departments, our division, it really should be called a division, to call together the resources and not rely on tribal support, to go out and be competitive to get the funding. That's how we've built the program over the years. I want to recognize Eric Clark for his vision. When we worked together, we worked closely together, and I was finishing my PhD and I was pushing him to get his, and he had the idea that we could borrow from the capacity from universities and college students by developing these partnerships. And when he first came to me with that idea, he had this map of how we would connect, and that's really come to fruition. And so we get all the benefit of all of those students that are studying, and if they're Indigenous, that's even better. So we're tribally driven. What our department looks like is very different than what other departments might look like, because other tribes might do the minimal. But we do, and we focus on what our needs are, and then we go after the funding. So I appreciate all that hard work. I just want to also recognize Robin, who years ago, when the Flint crisis happened, we didn't wait for the federal government to come up with a solution. We allocated resources and sent her off to Flint, and then she helped, went door to door to our tribal members to install the filters to protect people from the lead poisoning. And then we do need, and so I'm going to plant a little seed here, and I've talked with Eric and I talked to Kathy when she was with us before, we need a regulatory structure because right now, you know, it's kind of hit and miss and whether departments comply or not comply. We just had an issue with some pollution that was dumped off at a site that, that our chairman wants to put under your direction now. And I also remember when 20 years ago when housing, when a staff member called me and said they're making us burn tires in a big fire pit, and I have asthma. And I tried to stop it. I tried to send the police, but there was no regulations to get it stopped. I was the chairman, and they wouldn't listen to me. So we need that. And also the other horrible, horrible thing is at one time the casino slaughtered like 30 beaver that were living out back behind our casino. Rather than relocate them, you know, we give respect now to all living creatures, and they just went out and they went on a big bloodlust hunt and just slaughtered them, which is not right. So in order to prevent that, we need regulations going forward. Just because we're exempt from some state regulations doesn't mean we shouldn't have our own regulations because it's not consistent with our cultural values. One other thing we need for regulations is that garbage over there has plastic in it every night after a board workshop. We should have a penalty for throwing plastic in the garbage. So we talk the talk about being culturally balanced, and then we throw plastic in the garbage. We have a recycling right at the other end of the table, so I don't understand that. I'm just, that little Indian with the tear, I see that every day, and a little tear goes down my face. And so I appreciate all the hard work that you guys do. You don't rely on tribal support. You go out and find the funding, and you do need the administrative support because the maze of compliance with federal grants is incredible. So I appreciate all the work you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Lana, did you have a question?
Yep, I do. No, I didn't have a question.
Well, I came back to the tribe in February, but I've been in this position officially since September 18th or 22nd, 15th, mid-September.
Oh, it's a
Oh. Thank you.
I'm really impressed
Oh.
with all those things. Half of them, I didn't realize that. We used to have these quarterly reviews. I'm glad they're back on because this is really good information to have. I was jotting down some things that are really impressive, and I just appreciate all of you guys.
Well, thank you. That was part of the reason my slides are so thick is I was hoping you could take this, like folks would be able to, you know, read it at their leisure. Yeah, not my normal PowerPoint style, but thank you.
Okay, it looks like that's all the questions that we have, so we'll go on to recreation.
You have Bridget, Dr. Kim Hampton is not on, Larry, and Sean are on now. So we have a majority of you here.
When I flip the page, you can move up. It'll be pretty. All right, good morning, Tammy Graham with the Recreation Division. Now that Amber's back, I'll go ahead and get started, but I'll start with a brief history. So the Recreation Division is located inside the Big Bear Arena. It opened in September of 1996, so 29 years now.
We have to have how many years?
29, so we'll be, in 2026 will be the third year. Yes, it's been a long time. So it's nearly 150,000 square feet. It is one of the largest in northern Michigan sports and athletic facility that we do have. In addition to the Recreation Division operating out of the Big Bear, we do have some other Sioux Tribe divisions. Just point a few of those out. The Health Division operates the All-in-One Fitness Center out of there. The Physical Therapy Department, their Medical Fitness Program, and they also have a Community Health Kitchen. The Education Division operates their WIOA program, higher education, and they also have YEA in the facility as well. Then we also have the Language and Culture Division, which has their Ojibwe Learning Center and Library, their after-school immersion classroom, and their video production room. And then in July of '21, the Ansuga Early Childhood Center was constructed and attached to the Big Bear Arena, so those children can use the facility as well. The inside of the facility, I'll just highlight a few of the main activity areas. We do have the Bear Court and the Cub Court, two of our larger gymnasiums, a hospitality room used for meetings and other activities, an Olympic ice surface and NHL ice surface. I won't go through the full list there, but it lists the other areas of the facility. And the walking track is something that was built around the fitness center that's used a lot. It's free to the community, but fitness club members, we have a lot of seniors and elders using the facility in the morning particularly, various sports groups, and again, different community members that use the track. Some of the outdoor facilities include a playground. That playground that's located pretty much in front of the child care center, that was grant funded in conjunction with ACFS in 2009, and that's used by our summer rec program, YEA, and many of the other community groups as well. There's also a nature trail that's located near the playground. That's actually operated by Sioux Tribe's Transportation Department, and that's heavily used by the community as well. Do some special activities with snowshoes and such with Sioux Tribe Community Health in the winter. Some of the Sioux Tribe's events and activities that we recently hosted or are planning to host include with Community Health, their snowshoe moonwalks that I just mentioned, a beading workshop, they do Nourish to Move power bowls, spring sunrise breakfast samples, a tea blending workshop, the Harborshire Health Fair, which we recently had, and many CPR classes. Behavioral Health hosts their annual recovery walk at the facility. ACFS does a child abuse awareness drive-through, and they also do their family fun day at the facility. We also have the Advocacy Resource Center. They just did a free skating weekend, and last weekend they also had a Halloween party. YEA does a Circle Learning celebration, and then they help and assist with the Children's Christmas party held in December. And Sioux Tribe Language and Culture does their New Year's Eve sobriety powwow at the facility as well, on New Year's Eve. And then we recently had the training department, they put on a mental health first aid training at our facility. Sioux Tribe members do have free access to various things at the facility. Those include public skating and skate rentals, admission to stick and puck. We have drop-in pickleball. As mentioned earlier, the fitness centers in the facility, they have free access to that. And then open basketball and volleyball. Sioux Tribe staff also have the convenience of paying for services at the facility via payroll deduct or employee charge. In addition, Lake Superior State athletic tickets and athletic camp registrations are also free to Sioux Tribe members. Last season, we had over 2,000 hockey, basketball, and volleyball tickets distributed, and over 100 Sioux Tribe youth attended the basketball and volleyball camps. There's also recreation services available in the 7-county service area through various agreements, whether it's 2% or with the health center or Sioux Tribe Community Health, and those are in Marquette, Munising, Escanaba, Curtis, Newberry, Manistee, St. Agnes, and in the Sioux, because they have an agreement with Lake State as well. So, and we do take and compile all those services and put them in a wellness and recreation guide that we update seasonally for the membership. So the Recreation Division develops and implements internal events. Those we consider where we staff them, buy the equipment, do the advertising, and take care of all the details for those events. Those include the Summer Recreation Program, our Youth Spring League. We have Tot Zones. New this fall is Family Fun Days. Our first one's coming up this Friday. We also have pickleball, do the drop-in basketball and volleyball, public skating, learn to skate, and a stick and puck program. We also rent space to external customers, and they're responsible for their own advertising. They use the various areas of the facility. They staff it. They take care of the equipment and all the details associated with it. Some of those activities include boxing, cheerleading, dance, volleyball leagues, basketball practices, hockey tournaments, hockey camps and tryouts, figure skating, a variety of meetings and trainings, school fun days, health fairs. We do the food distributions, various holiday events, family celebrations. We actually have a wedding scheduled for January at the facility. Birthday parties, on average, we do about 200 a year, sometimes more, and team meals for the various groups that use the facility as well. The following community organizations do call the Big Bear Arena their home. Our largest group, the Sioux Michigan Hockey Association, which is the local youth hockey, has been there since we opened in 1996. They started maintaining stats on Sioux Tribe youth, so I've listed the last 3 years since they've kept those stats. So you can see that roughly 60% on average of the players in the local hockey association are Sioux Tribe youth. We also have Champion Force Cheerleading. They've been there since 2007. In 2016, we brought the Sioux High Blue Devils hockey team to the facility. Last year, a new dance program, All Styles and All Occasions, came to the facility. And new for this fall, we've had the Sioux Indians AAA Hockey Club, and we brought in the Torque Boxing Club. In addition to those community organizations that I previously mentioned, the following here also rent space at the facility for special events and leagues. So volleyball and basketball, we have JKL Boarding School. We have Superior Storm Volleyball Club, the Sioux Women's Volleyball League, the Sioux Co-ed Volleyball League, and Ojibwe Charter School does volleyball tournaments at the facility as well. For hockey, in addition to that local Sioux Michigan hockey that I mentioned, we also have Sioux Eagles Hockey Club, the Lake State Lakers, both are D1 and D2 programs, the Sioux Junior Greyhounds from Ontario, the Sioux Female Hockey Association from Ontario as well. Various meetings and trainings with some of the community groups include Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, My Michigan Health, Sioux Area Public Schools, and we recently had a retreat with Alberici Constructors. The school fun days I did mention earlier, these are the schools that we generally have on an annual basis, not just local, but the surrounding area. Do Malcolm School, Lincoln Elementary School, JKL, Detour Schools, Lachino Schools, Brimley Area Schools, Pickford Schools, and Whitefish Township School also comes to the facility for a fun day. Various special events include Boys and Girls Clubs, both Sault Ste. Marie and Brimley groups. We have Girl Scouts and Cub Scouts, Sioux Area Little League, Sioux Area Little Cross, Feeding America. Michigan State Extension also does activities. Precision Edge has done a holiday skate and a retreat for their division. And then in April, we had Sault Ste. Marie Police Department, Fire Department do a large charity hockey game to raise funds. A couple of the larger Big Bear programs that we do is our Youth Spring League. We've done this since 1997, and it was developed to provide a gap between when the regular hockey season ends and when the summer camps and such do begin for the players. So we average about 200 players in our 6-week program, and we have players not only from the Sioux, but they come from the surrounding area like Rudyard, Hessel, Dafter, Barbeau, Brimley, Kinchelo, even up into Canada, Batchewana Bay, and people come down and play in the 6-week program. Another large program is our summer recreation program. We've also done that since 1997. And that's a group-based program that offers various activities, ice skating, water fun days. We do nutritional and healthy lifestyle sessions, various arts and crafts, cultural activities, and field trips. Our last year's program had over 70% of Sioux Tribe youth. Sioux Tribe youth who are qualified can also apply for funding for the summer recreation program through ACFS. And on average, over half of the Sioux Tribe youth that are involved in our program receive that funding. The facility hosts a variety of youth and adult hockey tournaments throughout the season. This brings in a lot of people to the community. They come from Canada, the EUP, Northern Lower Michigan, downstate. We even have teams come from Ohio and various places. For this upcoming season, we have 8 youth tournaments scheduled and 1 adult tournament scheduled. And in addition to the hockey tournaments, we also host showcases, clinics, camps, and tryouts. And listed there, we have the Sioux Eagles tryouts and training camp, the Sioux Indians training camp, or tryouts, Sioux Blue Devils tryouts, SMHA's travel team tryouts. We do Great Lakes Hockey Camp in the summer. We just had from the Muskegon area, Lakeshore Junior Lumberjacks come to the facility for a 4-day training camp, and then Loris Dam power skating. I mentioned previously the facility tenants who are in the Big Bear as well. Some of the statistics for those programs include since 2019 when YEA moved to facility, there's been over 365 spaces reserved for their youth program or special events, whether it's the courts, the ice rinks, or meeting rooms. And since 2022 when Language and Culture moved to the facility, we've hosted 29 dance sessions, 5 meetings, 88 gym sessions, 48 skating sessions, 24 workshops, 3 powwows, and 1 grand opening for that group. And then additionally, the Connected Childhood Center, they've been there since 21. They've had 282 play sessions and 30 trainings or professional development days in the various rooms at the Big Bear. So the facility does have a small retail area. Inside of our reception area, we do sell tape, laces, pucks, do some skate sharpening, mouth guards, different items like that. So that's a customer convenience for our renters. We also have a concession stand, and that's a supplemental service for those using the facility for food and beverage. We are leasing that out to the Sioux Eagles Booster Club, so they operate that area based on the events that are scheduled at our facility. There's also pop and water vending machines in the lobby. Lastly, for the retail area, we do have Enterprise Vending Arcade. That's a revenue sharing agreement we've had with the company since 2022, and they provide coin-operated video and redemption games. A brief overview of facility administration. Some of those responsibilities include personnel administration, financial administration, marketing functions, the recreation agreements I mentioned earlier, safety and security of facility patrons and staff, legal administration, and then the tenant administration. Some of the facility operations responsibilities include monitoring the refrigerators, freezer, HVAC system, refrigeration system, visual inspections of pumps, boilers, electric motors, emergency light generator, do the maintenance of the ice rinks. They maintain the inside and outside of the facility for cleanliness, set up and tear down, facility events, and then they ensure all emergency exits are accessible and lock down the facility and open it for our patrons. And then my last slide is just a contact page for the division. Appreciate your time.
Aaron?
So I think it's important for us to give you guys good feedback because we appreciate the work that you're doing. So real quickly, because we're behind, is you know, at one time when we opened the Big Bear, there was kind of an expectation that it was going to turn a profit, and we know that that doesn't exist anywhere in the world, right? Recreation facilities that are offered by a government generally are loss leaders. So I just want to say real quick, I appreciate the work that Jess did before, and Jess will remember this. Shortly after I became chair, I invited her to come to my office, which in hindsight must have been terrifying. And I asked her, because we were losing our recreation manager, if she would be our recreation manager because you had the capacity. And she said yes. But the work that you guys have done over the years to go out and beat the bushes, to find opportunity, to bring revenue in, help to minimize the travel support. So I really appreciate both of your efforts there. And I said this yesterday, and it kind of probably surprised some people, but more we have to look at those services that we provide our people that aren't going to turn a profit, that do have a recreational and health benefit back to our members. And so Big Bear is a key component to our wellness in our community. So I thank you guys for the work.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Lana?
And this is going to surprise people too. I completely agree with Aaron. I'm glad he said that yesterday because that's what I had just jotted down. You know that, and I'm really impressed with all these things, you know, and I've been here too long too, and it's always been, Big Bear's always been, you know, attacked quite often. But this stuff here, it's pretty impressive. It really has built up to a lot of things. And I'm glad that Stephanie's here too, because, you know, that we're building that youth recreation facility down in Hessel. That'll be done in the spring. So I'm hoping you guys can collaborate because I want to take snapshots of this presentation so that we can get some thoughts on what we want to do down there with our own YEA. And all of these things, you already laid the groundwork. So, you know, there's no sense in reinventing the wheel. These are things that we can do as well down there. So this is a really good job.
Appreciate it. And I will share all that with my staff. They'll appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Up next, we have education.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Stephanie Sprecher, Education Director. First, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss Sioux Tribe education today. Specifically, we're going to go over what it is composed of, what services we offer, and what our future goals are. Next slide, please. We'll start off by reviewing the Education Division's vision and purpose statement. Our division seeks to prepare and enrich students, families, and our tribal communities through education and work services. Our purpose is that we are committed to providing lifelong learning opportunities for our tribe and communities while exploring and embracing our traditional Anishinaabe culture. We offer programs and services to tribal youth from infancy to adulthood, enriching their lives and building community. Our administrative team, as Tammy mentioned, is headquartered at the Chimuckwa Arena here in Sault Ste. Marie, but we do have presence and offer services across all 5 units within the service area. We also offer services, and I think it's important to note, to many of our at-large members across the country within our higher education department. Next. This slide is a summarized org chart that shows the programs that make up our division. So starting at the top left, you're going to see 3 programs that are managed directly through my office. The first is the Tribal Education Department grant. The second is the Youth Development Fund, and the third is the Sioux Tribe Internship Program. At the bottom, you will see our 5 departments: Youth Education and Activities, Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, Higher Education, Adult Education, and Early Childhood Education. Each of these departments has a manager and/or administrative team members who oversee daily operations, and then a few of these departments have multiple other staff. And in the next slide, I did a little breakdown so you can see the structure and the composition and the scope of our staffing. At the top of the chart, well, in the middle under the CEO, you will see 2 administrative team members. Those include myself and our executive assistant. And then at the bottom, broken down by department, in higher education, we have 1 team member. YEA, we have 22 total. WIOA is 1. Early childhood education has our most team members with 74, including the manager. Adult education, we have 2 instructors. We do have a JKL facility maintenance manager within our education division, and there is 1 person there. And our TED grant has a project specialist, so that is a total of 104 division staff. So to recap the first couple slides, we have 5 fully functioning departments, 3 additional programs managed out of the Education Director's Office. There are responsibilities for JKL grant and fiscal administration. We have offices and programs located across all units, and we do offer services to at-large members through higher education for 104 total employees, and in the summer that can jump up to 114 as we do the summer internship program. Next slide. Oh, it's freezing a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Now that we have reviewed the scope and the structure of the division as a whole, we're going to jump into the individual programs and departments and the specific services that they provide to our members. So I think it's important to show faces to all the staff behind the scenes. So first, we're going to discuss administration. Out of the Education Director's Office, I kind of already recapped this, but my office provides supervision and oversight of all Education Division programs and departments. We manage the TED grant, the Youth Development Fund, and the Summer Internship Program, and we work with our accounting team to provide grant and fiscal oversight to JKL Boarding School. Oh, going back, I forgot to mention there, very important, that is Brianna Sliger next to me there, our executive assistant. So now we're going to break down those 3 programs out of my office before we get into the departments. The first is the Tribal Education Department grant. This grant is funded by the BIE, and over the years, you will see there on the slide, has provided various equipment and supplies for Sioux Tribe education, some other programs as well. I believe I worked at admin then, and culture had received some of these supplies as well. $1,000 scholarships to eligible post-secondary Sioux Tribe students, and this includes college, university, and trade school students. To date, we have awarded 1,563 of these scholarships. On the screen there, you will see Rachel McKechnie, who is our TED project specialist. The grant also funds this position. Rachel has been responsible for processing the TED scholarships, and she is currently working on and completing the educational assessments with the data compiled and analyzed from all of these TED scholarship recipients. While I have this slide up, I do want to give an update to the members. The summer 2025 scholarship check should be released by the end of this month. And unfortunately, due to lack of available grant funding at this moment, we're unable to open a fall 2025 round. But I always tell people to please keep an eye on our website as we may have future announcements. It was just, we received a third TED grant, and it wasn't enough to cover additional scholarships beyond what we have besides summer. So, yeah, okay. The second program managed out of my office directly is the Youth Development Fund, and I have to give Brianna Sliger credit here. She does a lot of work on this. This program is a program that helps families pay for activities that support the 4 directions of the medicine wheel. So any activities that support academic, emotional, physical, and/or cultural or spiritual growth. Families can receive a maximum of $250 per calendar year per eligible youth. And I do want to give Jessica kudos here, because when I got on it, to this position, it was raised to $250. It used to be $150, and $250 is a lot for families. So we're happy that we can award that to our members. The eligibility is listed there. Due to funding, it is within the 7-county service area. Eligible families must meet income guidelines, and grades 0 to 12. So we do service younger pre-K students as well, and Sioux Tribe members. Moving on to YDF, on the left-hand side of the screen there, you'll see some samples of activities that we have. It's not exhaustive, but that we have funded. In 2024, some stats, we did fund 376 youth, and so far in 2025, we have just over 2 months left. We have funded approximately 240. I'll give all the website and information at the end, but if people are interested in this, they can email we have our own mailbox, youthdevelopmentfund@siouxtribe.net, or visit the website under education. Moving on to our summer internship program. And I heard Danny from Natural Resources talking about that earlier, and that was really cool to see from the other side, the program side, having a student who wants to come back and work here permanently, because that is our goal. This program started in 1997, and it is designed to provide our Sioux Tribe college students with an experience where they can apply their skills and also learn new ones. We do our best to place them in their field of interest, and it provides them that real world experience as they look for permanent employment after college, and again, as I said, hopefully coming back to work for us permanently. This program runs for 10 weeks and provides up to 10 students full-time employment. They must be enrolled tribal members and at least a junior in college. This last year, we had mostly seniors, a couple juniors, and we do offer this to graduate level students as well. So the years go by fast, so at the end of December, early January, we are already going to be posting for next summer's internship program. The next slide is just a few pictures of our interns from this last summer partaking in some of our fun activities. So aside from their employment, we really tried to provide them with that all-around experience and do some fun activities. They also get together with the culture department and learn our language, and they have a lot of fun, and they really enjoy this, and we got lots of good feedback this year. On this slide, I just wanted to list some of our other major additional focus areas outside of the administrative office. These include public school outreach, including meaningful and proper consultation, strategic planning, legislative work. This can include working with our tribal leaders on verbal and written consultation on all education-related topics, improving and building internal and external partnerships, and that includes co-governance relationships, fiscal oversight, bringing in grants, researching grants, and then improving and expanding our services across all of our departments as a whole, which we'll get into those departments now. So the next department, or the first one out of the 5 that we're going to review, is our Youth Education and Activities Program. The mission of the YEA program is to build strong, confident Anishinaabe youth with a solid education foundation and values grounded in tradition by providing a balance of academic and cultural teachings. The manager for our YEA program is Lisa Burnside. Next slide. YEA has offices spanned across all 5 units in 7 different locations, and those are all listed here on this slide. These are also listed on our website as well, the contact information in each one, and we'll go over that later. Each location is staffed with 1 full-time coordinator who serves as the supervisor of that area, and then they each have 2 part-time assistants who work with them to put on all of our activities and education for our youth. For services and activities provided through YEA, we do have universal ones with the program as a whole, but it is important to note that each unit can be very unique in its demographics and their needs. So coordinators do plan activities and outreach to meet these needs. We are doing a deep dive into programming. I am with our manager to kind of look at these to see where we can standardize, where we need to keep these a little different. But the activities that I'll state next are those that are offered across all units. Our homework labs and in-class tutoring. Being in the schools, this is the department that assists in our schools to provide support to our students. In 2024, our staff assisted our tribal youth within 21 schools, and given current staffing and resources, that is a big number. We do have a little over 50 schools across the school, our service area, so we still have a ways to go, but they did very well last year. Cultural enrichment activities, these vary, but they always have so many great activities going on. Tribal Youth Council is across all areas, grades 7 through 12th, after-school programs, and then our Circle of Life summer programs and Little Learners. In Munising, Rudyard, and Escanaba, they do have a junior Tribal Youth Council, grades 5 through 6, and maybe that is something we can continue in other areas. And then there are 2 larger events throughout the year that big events that YEA staff, all of them plan, and youth from all of our units and other areas attend. The first is the Youth Empowerment Powwow, which is held at the end of the summer, celebrating what our students have learned throughout the Circle of Life program. The location of this powwow varies. Last year it was in Hessel. This year it was in conjunction with the Munising Powwow. 2026 has yet to be determined. The next is the Youth Leadership Conference, and we'll actually move into the next slide and talk a little bit about this because that is happening next month, so coming up quickly. This year's Youth Leadership Conference will be held on Friday, November 21st, beginning at 8:30 a.m. here in Sault Ste. Marie at the Kuwaitan Casino Convention Center. This conference is open to all students, both tribal and non-tribal, grades 7 through 12th. And we still have room, so if you're interested, please reach out to register. We are happy to announce Lisa Burnside has been working really hard with our school administrators to get this day excused for attendees, because I know there's a concern sometimes of students missing school. So we have had several principals, superintendents state this will be an excused absence, so that's exciting. So we're hoping to get more. I think we had 80-some youth last year. That was an improvement from the previous year, and we're reaching for 100 this year. We are happy to announce for the second year that we're welcoming back Tribal Unite, which is an outreach network and platform company specialized working specifically with tribal communities. So they will facilitate several sessions, and this teaches our students valuable leadership skills that will help them improve their overall wellness and becoming leaders in the future. We are also working, it's tentative right now, but on adding an adult track with the Michigan Department of Education Indigenous Education Initiative team, as well as the Confederation of Michigan Tribal Education Departments. I am a member of that, and we're working on doing a presentation on our joint history project, as well as some mandated reporting training and other activities for an adult track. So we're hoping to get that out. We can at least get a few weeks of registrations on that as well. The next few slides include some pictures of our staff and our youth partaking in different activities. And Amber, we can probably just do a few seconds on each one once it loads here. There, I think there's 3 total. Sorry, we're lagging a little bit. Who? Yeah, Abby, yep, and then I think that's her husband, yep, there with her, Rudy and Indigenous.
Her husband is Chance.
Oh, okay, so.
He was one of our speakers in 25 years ago.
Oh, okay.
He came here because of my Kathy.
Okay. Yeah, they did great last year. Really well received, and it was really cool to have them there. Sorry, we're having technical. Okay. So while she's pulling that out, there's just a few pictures, a couple pictures of pictures. I'll start talking on the next slide. Really what the next slide was all of our contact information, which, again, this will be provided. We have all of it on our website. But if you're interested in having your children enrolled or partake in any of these activities, please reach out to your coordinator in your unit. Okay, here we go. So that was the one I left off, so the next one. And YEA was the longest one, so the rest we shouldn't be, should get through here. All right, so while she pulls up this, our Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, or WIOA program, is our second department to discuss, and this program provides employment and training assistance to our tribal members across the area. These programs include work experience, summer youth employment, elder employment, classroom training, and on-the-job training. We'll get into those a little bit more in the upcoming slides. Our manager for the WIOA program is Brenda Cadro. The work experience program is for youth ages 14 to 21, and this is the program that runs during the academic year, so it just started this month and it'll run through May. Students can work up to 12 hours per week. There are up to 14 spots available each year, and the students are placed across the tribe in various programs. Eligibility is listed here, but for time's sake purposes, we'll just keep going, and again, you can contact us and we will give you more information on eligibility. The next is summer youth employment. This is for students ages 14, it increases a little bit to 24, and this is a 10-week program during the summer months, June to August. Participants are placed across the tribe, just like the work experience program, and this one is for up to 20 hours per week instead of 14. And this past summer, we placed 44 students across the service area, so this is a very busy program. And again, eligibility is there, we can move on. Elder Employment Program is a year-round program. It employs 8 part-time Sioux Tribe elders who each work a maximum of 14 hours per week. Again, eligibility listed here. Those are all filled. Next is classroom training, and this training provides funds to eligible Sioux Tribe members to receive an industry-recognized license or certification. So examples can include nurse's aide, CDLs, phlebotomist, medical billing, and eligibility is listed there as well. And the last program through WIOA is our on-the-job training. This reimburses employers up to 50% of eligible participant wages. Participants can learn new skills, and length of training varies by the type of position, wage, and skill level, which is dependent on funding. And again, eligibility here, and you can reach out to us for more information. Moving on next is higher education. Higher education staff member is Diane McLeod-Malport. She is our higher education specialist. The department offers several different funding programs for Sioux Tribe students, and each program, depending upon the funding, has different eligibility criteria. So the top 3 bullet points there outlines these. Our scholarship program, this runs at the beginning of each academic year. Our unmet needs grant program runs twice a year, so during each semester. And then our self-sufficiency incentive awards is for grades earned of C or higher, and this runs after the fall term once students receive their grades, and that runs once each year. Additional services currently offered by higher education includes assisting students in finding alternative funding sources outside of the tribe. Diane also helps students get through the Michigan Indian Tuition Waiver process, as well as providing technical assistance on FAFSA, as well as college application assistance. The next slide is more of a visual of the programs that we talked about to kind of lay it out for people a little bit easier for this academic year. So in the yellow there was our scholarship program. That has already taken place. Awards have been dispersed. And now we're into the pink, which is our fall 2025 unmet needs grants. Those are being wrapped up right now, and those should also be released, those awards, to those that receive by the end of this month. Simultaneously in December is when our fall 2025 self-sufficiency, which is those grades I talked about, as well as our winter 2026 unmet needs grant applications will open. So we'll start moving into the second part of those. So for additional information here, again, you can contact highereducation@siouxtribe.net. There's also a phone number there and also our website for any additional information. This program, there's a lot and a lot of different funding, and students, I think, sometimes get confused because there's things going at different times. So I think having that visual, we're going to probably post that on our website to really make things more clean. The next program we will briefly review is the Adult Education Program. This is facilitated through a collaborative agreement with the Consolidated Community School Services. This program provides GED courses free of charge with locations in Brimley, Kincheloe, Newberry, Sault Ste. Marie, and St. Ignace. Open enrollment for these courses is all year, and I am happy to announce that CCSS has launched a new online GED program. Recently, they've been working hard on that. We've been meeting on this. Currently, this is restricted to Chippewa, Luce, and Mackinac counties. With that being said, I'm working with Bill Henry, the director there, to work through some loopholes to eventually, hopefully, in a future academic year, branch out to our at-large members and across the state of Michigan, with CCSS being our facilitator. So we are looking to expand that for our at-large members. Again, for more information, you can visit our website or call the number on this flyer. And then the last department to review is our Early Childhood Education Department. Early Childhood Program Manager is Chandra Jarvis, and like the rest of our staff, she does a fantastic job. This program is largely funded by the Office of Head Start. We have early Head Start, and childcare options. We have locations in Sault Ste. Marie and St. Ignace, and we currently are fully enrolled at 112 children, and we do have about a 30-child wait list at the child care center. So we are at full capacity, so that is great. Some recent notable highlights to include, besides the classroom, is having support to our families and including their individualized family goals and helping them reach those goals. Working with families at the beginning of the school year, individually with their children on their specific educational goals. And then we, in collaboration with our Sioux Tribe Community Health, offered our health fair to all of our students as well. The next slide is just a few of our students and family members at activities. And then the next slide, I'm going to do a little plug here, as we are looking for teachers, teacher aides, and we also have a few open supervisor positions, including a health specialist and 2 family service specialists. I do want to note we have recent new competitive wages, great benefits for full-time staff. And one thing I do want to really highlight that I think we need to start advertising a lot more. Chandra does a great job of this, and you might have seen a recent article on this through Bay Mills on the HOPE grant. We do have a great partnership with BMCC to provide free tuition for employees who wish to further their education and career in early childhood. We actually currently have 15 of our own students receiving this tuition assistance, which pays for up to 2 classes per semester. So that is a great thing. If anybody is interested, please reach out to our program or our human resource department. The next slide, again, for time's sake, we can't keep this up, but this is just a summary of all those different programs I just spoke about, and again, our website. So I do want to go through some of our priorities as an education division overall. So some of our goals and priorities moving forward, and we're just going to go through these, I think they're all important, is to continue advocacy efforts to ensure the federal government upholds treaty and trust responsibilities to provide and support quality education to our students. We also are strengthening K-12 school outreach with school administrators, educators, and our Title VI staff to create changes within our school districts. We are looking at providing short-term and longer-term here, but looking at providing professional development to school staff to support our Anishinaabe-focused curriculum. Strengthening university, college, and trade school outreach for our post-secondary students. The next one's really, they're all important, but really important, as we know not everybody goes to college, so really expanding and enhancing services for our trade students. Developing and strengthening internal and external partnership, including those co-governance relationships. And then also looking at bringing in more scholarship and financial resources for our students, aside from what we currently offer. Tuition is so expensive, so anything we can bring in to improve that. Develop a process to successfully track our students, what I call through the river of education, from infancy to career, to provide individualized support and ensure academic retention. We want to make sure no students are left in the cracks or fall in the cracks, and this is also very important. And as part of that TED data work that we're doing as a base, a starting point, but looking at helping them with career placement after they graduate, whether they are done with high school or after college, that's really important, and to be able to just pull that data. Developing and improving wraparound programs for our students, including family support, which is so important so that our students' continuation of education remains uninterrupted and their family receives the support that they need. Become more financially self-sufficient by writing and bringing in grants. That's the goal, to reduce tribal support and become self-sufficient with grants. And then continuing to improve operations within our programs, and as we improve, then expand services for our students to best support them. And then the next slide, again, is a summary of our contact information, and for time's sake, we'll move on. And the last slide is just our website, and then our education Facebook page is fairly new. I just started that within the last several months, and so we're really trying to build that. We try to share everything we can with our Sioux Tribe, our main Sioux Tribe Facebook page, but the more people we can get on this is where we're going to be we share a lot of our announcements and updates to this page. And I wanted to put a screenshot so when people search for that, they see the emblem on there, because over the years there's been some older Facebook, so this is the correct one. And that is all I have.
Any questions for education?
No question, comment.
Aaron?
I'll go quick because we're out of time. So I just want to recognize our role as a tribe in saving the GED for consolidated community schools. Because when that first happened, so we're going back in time, the governor at the time didn't support it, so the funding was cut. And we came to the rescue with 2% funds, and we supported continuing it, and we hosted it, actually. There's two sites, but actually there's more than two sites.
There's 5 now, yeah.
Yeah, and we supported it and kept it going because of our financial support. That's very important to me because I'm a high school dropout, but I went back and got a lot of education, so it was a failure, but it wasn't in me, it was in the public schools. Also wanted to recognize our role in the genesis of the early childhood education. That was created at JKL, and we used 2% again then because the BIA required an associate's degree and then a bachelor's degree for teacher aides, and they were already working. So how does somebody already working go out and get their bachelor's degree or associate's degree? So we paid for the funds, and then we worked with Bay Mills, Lake State, and Northern to offer an associate's degree on-site at JKL, and now that has grown into a bigger program with one of our tribal members out at Bay Mills Community College, Dr. Hammock, who oversaw it. So our education department has been a leader, a national leader, and so I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I think you are perfectly suited. And when the downtown development person position just opened up, I don't know if you heard that.
Oh, yeah.
I was a little nervous. I'm like, no, she's going to leave. But I'm glad that you're here, so thank you.
I'm staying, so
Yeah, good.
thank you.
Any other questions for Stephanie?
I'll just say good job.
Oh, thanks, Lana.
I really see an impact on tribal youth, that I've been involved in this and stuff, and see that work. You guys do a good job.
Thank you.
And Lisa is a superstar.
She's watching, I think, so.
They are superstars.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Up next, we have enrollment.
Well, good morning. I'm Julie Salo, Tribal Register and Enrollment Director. The first slide there, I just wanted to show that we moved about 2 years ago. Some people may not realize that, but we are in with the Gaming Commission and Elder Care. We are in the back on the west wing, but you come in through the entrance there in the front. And we just got a facelift. Our building is now blue. So this slide is a list of the different services that we offer. I will go into detail on a few of them, but you can see there's card renewals, enrollment, just basically enrollment, open enrollment. We process relinquishment requests and blood quantum certifications, tuition waivers, family tree charts, statements of membership for various departments, affidavits for tribal court, and for Anishinaabe Community and Family Services. We process funeral assistance forms. We do genealogy research, of course. And we do process the Indian preference forms, which are also known as the BIA 4432 forms. Those are sometimes requested for certain job applications. We register eligible members for tribal elections. We update tribal member information, name, address, change, etc. We do petition courts to obtain adoption information. And we're currently in the middle of processing the annual dividend for the elder payment. We also act for disenrollment for membership for members that are enrolled erroneously. So the next slide is just, these were the most popular requests that we get in our office, so I thought I'd go through a few of them. The first one is how to renew a tribal card. Minor children under the age of 18 should already have a card that expires on their 18th birthday. Adult tribal cards will expire every 4 years until you reach the age of 55, at which point you will receive a lifetime card. To renew your card, you just need to contact our office via email, mail, telephone, or in person. You will be asked to update your address and phone number at that point of contact. There is a $5 processing fee associated with a renewal. You can pay that by credit or debit or money order. We do not take cash or personal checks, sorry. If you are renewing in person, you will receive your new card immediately right there at the office. If you are renewing over the phone or by mail or email, you can expect to receive your card in the mail within 5 business days. The next request that we get often is how can you get your blood degree certification? Our tribe is not a blood quantum tribe, which means it does not matter what your blood degree is as long as you are a direct lineal descendant of one of our base roles. And due to the open enrollment we are in, we are currently not processing blood quantum requests unless it's necessary for work, school, or to be seen at a health center. So to do that, you would just, you need to fill out the form that we have. That can be found online on the webpage under siouxtribe.com. There is a $15 processing fee associated with it. You can download those forms, like I said. It could take up to 10 business days before you get that in the mail, depending on how busy we are at that moment.
And we normally don't interrupt, but the question is, we used to do blood quantum calculation at the time of enrollment. Are we still doing that?
Yes.
Oh, so is that extra work, or is it just kind of like automatically kind of known?
Well, we're doing it now. We may not have done that in the past, so it depends on who's requesting it and if it's been done prior to.
So if it's not needed to enroll them, do we need to do blood quantum requirement?
Well, some people will need their blood quantum to go to say a health center. Sometimes you have to be a quarter blood out west.
Oh,
I don't know why, but,
It's illegal.
well,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, our next request that we get a lot is how do you do a tuition waiver? Now, Stephanie may have touched on this as it is an education program, but our office processes these forms because you have to be a quarter blood to be eligible for it. The tuition waiver program is a state-funded program that is not funded by our tribe. The qualifications are you must be a Michigan resident for no less than 12 consecutive months prior to applying. You must be enrolled with a federally recognized tribe, and you must be 1/4 Native American. The application is available on our webpage as well as the education's webpage. on SiouxTribe.com. You can download it and submit it to our office via email, mail, fax, or in person. We do charge a $15 processing fee. You can pay that with credit, debit, or money order. We verify the student's blood degree and then send the waiver on to the MyLeap office in Lansing, where they process it for the schools. The MyLeap office notifies the school and student if they have met all the qualifications needed. Once the waiver leaves our office, we have no control over how long the processing will take in Lansing. The MyLeap office processes all tuition waivers for the entire state of Michigan, so it is recommended that students apply for the waiver at least 2 months prior to their school start date. That's very important because we'll get students that wait to the last minute, and then they don't have their financial aid set up to start school.
Julie, I got some unfortunate news. Our secret weapon at MyLeap, who used to be at the commission, is resigned. She's given her notice.
Melissa?
She's going to Keweenaw Bay to be their president, their college president.
Wow.
But the problem is, so that notice about plenty of time ahead of time, because we could get Melissa to turn around a waiver in 24 hours. That's probably not going to be the case anymore. So
Yeah, and
that 2 months notice.
And she was swamped. And now that Bay Mills is accepting the waivers, we get a lot more than we used to in our office. So they do take some time to process, so get them in early. Now, the main thing that we do is enroll people. The membership rolls reopened and have been open since February 1st of 2024. Since that time, we have had over 5,300 adult applications. Last October, we were instructed by the Board of Directors to process all elder applications first. New applications are submitted every day, so the total number of elder applications will not be known until the very end of 2025. Right now, we have about 430 elder applications left to process. A handful of these will more than likely be denied, but the potential is for 430 new elders plus however many more applications come in between now and the end of the year. To apply for enrollment, an application must be filled out. Of course, it's downloadable from our webpage, or we can email or mail you one, or you can stop in the office and grab one. The applicant must submit copies of either birth, death, marriage, or baptismal records on each generation, starting with their self. We recommend that no less than 3 generations of documents be turned in if you are uncertain of which ancestor may be on the base roll. You may also use a release of information form to access an already enrolled relative's file for the use of their documents. There's a non-refundable $25 application fee. Once you turn everything in, the applicant is given a temporary file number, and we log you into a tracking system. Files are processed in the order in which they were received. Once we get caught up with the elders, we will return to processing files in numerical order. Each application is thoroughly reviewed by the tribal register, myself. Documents are examined for authenticity and any type of amendment that may have occurred. Some applications are relatively easy and will take 20 to 30 minutes. Others could take more time depending on whether or not the applicant has submitted enough information and how much research is required by the registrar. For each application, a family tree is compiled from the documentation. Once the registrar is able to locate an ancestor on one of the base rolls, there are documents to prove that lineage. Then a blood degree can be determined. Since our base rolls do not indicate blood degrees for individuals, all people listed on any of our base rolls and their equivalent family members are considered to be full blood. It then dilutes from there. Each generation receives 1/2 of what their parents' degree is. The amount of applications we are able to process each day depends on a couple of factors. What other projects are going on at the time, and how much research is required for each application. As of September 30th, 2025, there are 52,519 tribal members. That's a lot. The next program that we do is for the elders, the payment that goes out every year. This has been going on since 1998. The elder payment is an annual project that begins each fall. It is for tribal members who are age 60 and over by the end of that current year. A form and letter is automatically mailed to each elder in September, October-ish. The form needs to be returned before a check will be dispersed. The initial payment goes out the following January, usually within the second week of that month. The amount of the payment varies each year. It's based on the number of elders eligible for the payment and how much interest the elder fund gained over the year. Therefore, the amount of the check cannot be determined until after the end of the current year. So for this year, 2025, there is a potential for approximately 9,500 elders that will be eligible for the payment in 2026. Each year, the number of elders that are eligible increases. I'm going to give you a projection of how many elders will be eligible to receive the payment over the next 5 years, including 2026. Keep in mind, aside from 2026, these numbers do not include pending elder applications. Therefore, the actual number will more than likely be higher by about 500 more elders. So you can see when we pay out in 2026, there's about 9,500, and then it increases by about 500 each year. And those are just projections. We're not, they're not set in stone. The enrollment department must log each and every form into the database when it comes back. We do this to ensure we have the current mailing address for each elder. Elders have 1 year to claim their check. Unless otherwise stated on the check stub, the checks are tax-free. The next slide is just some statistics that I am giving you. These numbers were done on September 30th, 2025. And like I said, the total membership count was 52,519. And then it goes into I gave you a total membership for people 18 and over, just over 39,000. And then the service area, you can see there's 15,721 people in our service area, and they're broke down by county. And then I did give additional counties in northern lower Michigan. Total membership in Michigan is at 34,351. So you can see that most of our members do live in Michigan, the majority of them. And then it's broke down by the Upper Peninsula and the Lower Peninsula. These numbers do grow on a daily basis because we have open enrollment. And I just wanted to go over a couple code changes that we had this year that may affect some people out there that are either applying for membership or maybe they gave up their membership. These were passed in July, and they affect the membership ordinance. The first one was to allow enrollment through a collateral ancestor. Collateral ancestry is when you trace to a relative outside your direct line, such as an aunt, uncle, or cousin. These applications will be taken to the committee for approval once the registrar has determined eligibility. This is because collateral descendancy is not something that we automatically would process an application with. It's something that will go to committee to be determined if they're eligible. The second code change was regarding relinquishments with the Sioux tribe. Our relinquishments used to be absolute, which meant you could not come back. Once you gave up your membership with us, you couldn't come back under any circumstances. The code has changed so that after 3 years from the date of relinquishment, a person can reapply for enrollment.
Have we had anybody do that?
Not yet, no.
But he's coming.
And that's all I have.
Any questions for Julie?
A point I want to make is, when you look at, thank you for the numbers, are you able to coordinate with elections to get the numbers that are in the units in the, because you have as counties, but we can't tell by looking at that. You can kind of tell for Unit 1.
Right.
But, so when you look at Emmett and Sheboygan, and I've been pushing this for years and years and years, is if you look at the number of members who live in Emmett and Sheboygan and Charlevoix, it's greater than entire units, some units. It's much bigger than other units that exist in the UP. We do not get any funding for the members who reside down there, but they travel up to get services, and we do provide services for them, but we don't get any funding for them. And if we were to expand to Emmett and Sheboygan and maybe Charlevoix, that's bigger than most of the other units, individual units. So we don't have to create a Unit 6 in order to get that funding, but that information is really helpful to see that. And I just, again, just positive kudos for the hard work that you guys, through the pandemic, through open enrollment, you guys are just constantly on the go. So one time we asked you guys if you needed additional help. You didn't think you did, but I think that you do. So if we can, do you have vacancies right now?
Not exactly. I'm trying to get an assistant, but
Yeah, so I'm not sure if that will happen, but.
it was hard to tell at first when we first started the open enrollment where everybody was going to be and how we were going to handle that, because the roles haven't been open for a long time.
Yeah.
So now that we have our staff in place and we see where we fall short, now we know where that is at, and
But you need somebody more than a grunt worker. You need somebody that can make decisions.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Thank you.
I already told you, but I had a couple from downstate, down in Saginaw, come up and they had to renew their card and they were nervous. And so I was sitting in the car and they didn't want to go in. I said, I'm not going in because you just go in and do it. And when they got back out there, I'm old school. I said, were they nice to you? And they said, oh my God, they were so nice to me. They were so attentive. So that was nice.
Yes, that's a requirement.
Even though they're not that nice.
Thanks, Julie. Up next, we have ACFS.
So you don't want me to flip through the slides?
Well, I don't have to travel.
Okay, never mind. Yep, they're all set.
Oh, they, sorry.
Better to come prepared though.
There probably won't be the topic. That's usually done when everybody's there the night before.
I'm presenting at NCAI, data stuff at NCAI anyway. I was kind of thinking that would work better to have it ahead of time so I can get through charge stuff and all that. I'm doing it at a breakout session.
At NCAI.
And I'm going to VAWA Task Force. It's now VAW Task Force. It's no longer VAWA Task Force, it's VAW Task Force.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Juanita Bai. I'm the ACFS Division Director here. I am here with our administrative team, Jamie Moran. She is the Advocacy Resource Program Director. Melissa Van Leuven, the Child Placement Program Director, is online. Cheryl McCurchie is the USDA Program Director. Megan Miller is the Direct Service Program Director. And Tammy Schroeder is a new addition to our team. She is the Administrative Manager at ACFS. She's doing a fantastic job.
She is amazing.
Yes. The ACFS division, we will do a budget overview. We have, in 2025, we had a budget of $15,640,000. Basically, our funding comes from Tribal Support, BIA, IHS, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Justice, USDA, and the state of Michigan. ACFS currently has 90 team members located in Sault Ste. Marie, St. Agnes, Kinchlow, Manistee, and Munising. The service area that ACFS covers is primarily the 7-county service area. USDA does have a service area of 13 counties. And we also do Indian child welfare ICWA monitoring, and that is nationwide. We have 3 components within ACFS. The first component is direct services, and the USDA program falls under the direct service component. We have child placement and the Advocacy Resource Center. Megan is here. Megan Miller, the program director for direct services, is here to present on the services offered under the direct service component.
Good morning. So our direct services department is set up to increase the self-sufficiency of our tribal membership. It's to provide services to prevent or solve a crisis. We do that through a variety of programs. We do have, and I am very hopeful that we will have a LIHEAP heating program this year. We are proceeding as if we are having it until we hear otherwise. So we've made arrangements to.
We are likely, we're not sure about the state.
We have reached out to the state, and we have not had an answer.
Right. We communicate with them regularly, so they're not sure, but we likely, but our members who live away, plus we get some from the state too, we may not get access to the money that goes to the state. So we're watching that real close.
So we are, we have plans to refer out to other non-MEEP providers here in Michigan for the purposes of home heating. We also have our tribally funded emergency assistance program that can assist with some of those people that might, that won't possibly be able to access the LIHEAP funding. We have a general assistance program that's funded through the BIA, and that program is designed to help tribal members obtain employment or obtain an alternate source of income, and that's typically where assisting them to apply for the Social Security program and state disability assistance. Our Native Employment Works program is funded through HHS, the Administration for Children and Families. That program is designed to remove barriers to helping tribal members or households obtain or maintain their employment. A lot of what we do through that program is helping people get back and forth to work with safe and reliably functioning vehicles, auto insurance, registration, work clothing, things of that nature. We have a federally funded emergency assistance program as well, and that is to potentially being zeroed out and not funded this year. So we, again, are going to proceed as if we will have that program when the government opens back up. We will find out. Our Child Care and Development Fund helps support tribal families by number one, providing subsidies so people, tribal members or households can attend school, participate in an education program, or work. The other component of our child care development program helps increase the quality of child care availability to the tribal membership. A tenet of that CCDF program is that families can choose a type of care and provider that meets their needs. Through that CCDF program, we do also provide support to Sioux Tribe early childhood education annually. We do process the funeral assistance benefits to the beneficiaries of deceased Sioux Tribe members. That's a benefit that's available regardless of where an individual resides and income. The benefit is up to $1,000. We are very happy that we have an emergency housing program that's actually funded through the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority, and that actually removes a threat of homelessness or helps to rehouse a tribal member or a household. It can also it can pay rent in a rental situation, or it also can fund homeowners in a delinquent or foreclosed mortgage situation as well. And for the past 2 years, we have operated the Lodge of Hope. That is the shelter that's located in Sault Ste. Marie. It is available to enrolled Sioux Tribe members and/or Sioux Tribe households who are homeless. We provide on-site case management services, and really our purpose is to work with each individual household to help assist that member or that household to become rehoused. Sometimes working on other identified barriers is just as important as looking at available housing stock and moving out of the shelter. So that's what I have today.
Cheryl McCurchie is the USDA Program Director, and she will be presenting on the USDA program.
Thank you. Our program can serve up to 15 counties. We currently have clients in 9 of these counties. We do tailgate deliveries in Manistee, Marquette, Newberry, Hessel, Escanaba, Munising, Sheboygan, and St. Ignace. Our program gives out between $120,000 and $150,000 worth of food every month to 450 families. We anticipate an increase due to the SNAP funding with the federal government shutdown. The SNAP funding is ending on 10/31, so we anticipate an increase in our clients. We do donations and food demonstrations with the Lodge of Hope. We have also donated to the men's and women's transition homes in town, as well as our elder programs. Our nutrition education funds were used to complete videos and healthy recipes using our program foods. The nutritionists from IHS were kind enough to create these recipes and participate in the videos. And if you click to the pictures, it will show. This is our store that we have here in Sault Ste. Marie. Go ahead, next. And we just, on the bottom are showing our videos being made with the nutritionist from IHS. I just recently had shelving put in our warehouse, and then it shows our refrigerator and freezer units in the one area of our warehouse.
Is that all cheese?
That is not all cheese.
My glasses
Yeah.
are readers.
Yes.
Can't see them.
I know I have to do both. Our certification team, our certification nutrition team members are actively attending Sioux Tribe and outside events, including working with the YEA and summer youth programs. As you can see here, we've also changed the name of our building to the USDA Tony Notorli program and storefront. We've also put up billboards. We just recently got our van wrapped. And then the signage that you see, we worked with Bay Mills Community College Language Department to put our language and the English version of what we have in the store. So. And we did have a tribal youth worker over the summer, and I saw him recently at the high school, and he wants to bring him and a bunch of his friends to work for us, so.
All the cheese you can eat.
Anything else? Any questions?
I don't have a question, but before we're done, I'm going to give you a copy of my testimony for today. I think
Okay.
you're registered for.
Yes.
So the federal government's having a SNAP consultation.
Yeah.
And when I was out of office, I worked for this company that was doing this big evaluation on FNS, Self-Determination Demonstration Project. And also we got a contract to do the capacity assessment of whether or not tribes want to do their own SNAP. And so you don't have to do one or the other, and we should be able to do both. It should be self-governance. But I'll give you a copy of my testimony that I'm going to provide. Do you plan on testifying too? Because we can.
No, I'm just signed up as a listener
Oh,
right now.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
But I'll give you a copy of it. But one of the things I'm going to push for is to reinstate those assessments that were being done. They got stopped
They
with
got
the new
stopped.
administration, and you were on one of the advisories
Yes.
to help us to know what our needs are and how to assess the usefulness of our COMOD program. So, yeah, so that's at 1 o'clock too.
Yep.
So, yeah, all right. I'll give you a copy just before you leave.
Thank you.
Kim Gravel?
I just want to say we sure come a long ways from when it was a old garage with one truck delivering all over the place. I mean, it's amazing out there, and Tony was so proud of when they did the storefront style. I think it just makes people feel better when they're going in and getting their stuff.
Before we proceed, we probably should be advising. I know there's only 2 board members here in person right now. You have at least 6 others on Zoom that are listening and learning all of the things that you guys are educating us on, so.
Thank you. Yeah.
Another question, do you still do the cooking demonstrations there?
We haven't recently. We had some issues with our kitchen being down for a while, but we're just getting it back going. So yes, we are going to be starting those back up.
Okay, let the board know. Maybe some of us will show up, check it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love for you guys to stop by anytime and see the store and the building and what we do. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Next up, we have Melissa Van Leuven. She is the Child Placement Program Director, and she will be presenting via Zoom.
Good morning. I do apologize for not being available in person to present, but I appreciate the opportunity to participate online. I am the Child Placement Program Director for ACFS, and under Child Placement, we have a very large volume of programs that we administer each month. They kind of are separated into processes. The Benochi Placement Agency is actually our tribe's child placing agency that is licensed and contracted by the state of Michigan. To my knowledge, we're the only tribe who have this capacity, and what it means is that we are able to, when Sioux Tribe children come into foster care, either in tribal court or in any of our 7 county state courts, our agency contracts and conducts primary case management services for our families. This is very different from other tribes because other tribes have to rely on either other private agencies or the department to be the primary worker on the case. And this license and contract allows us to do our own work for our own families and ensure that our tribal priorities within a case and preferences are able to be heard and put into place. Benoji has been in existence since the 80s. Our tribe, I think, was very forward-thinking when they set this up. It allows us to do the work ourselves and also to be funded to sustain the programming. We do foster care case management. We do foster home licensing, which we, under that umbrella, do tribal licensing as well as state DCWL licensing. And we also do primary adoption services. So this is a long-term process. Our workers are credentialed. Our program is audited every year. We maintain our contracts, so we're credentialed the same as any other private agency or any other MDHHS staff or program. We're just a tribal program that's allowed to do the work for our members, our, under our own sovereignty. The other part of the programs that are under child welfare or child placement include our family support services, and that is a huge array. We have prevention services, which are voluntary and work with families where they're at to identify their own needs and, you know, their goals. We also have parent nurturing program, which is a skill-based parent education program, which is a very well-received program. We have families that participate voluntary, and it's also generally a program that's court-ordered with any reunification plan. We have in-home care programs. We have the Adolescent In-Home Assistance Program, which is a program that targets youth who have identified at-risk factors, the goal being working with the youth and their family in the community to try to alleviate, you know, further juvenile action and to address needs. We also have our family continuity program, which is, again, an in-home program that targets families who have a confirmed child abuse and neglect finding, and it works with the families and children in home to ensure that the safety and other factors are addressed and resolved. We get referrals for those two programs internally and also through the department with various tribal cases that are occurring within our service area. We also are responsible for primary investigatory jurisdiction for children and adult protective services for our Sioux Tribe Trust Land across the 7-county service area. Right now, the scope of that is that there are 916 trust land addresses that we have primary responsibility. So when there is a allegation of abuse or neglect that is made that occurs on Sioux Tribe Trust Land, our agency is primarily responsible for investigating, determining jurisdiction, engaging criminal, if there's a criminal aspect, engaging the proper law enforcement, and just proceeding with those cases. We also, if it was determined that there was a need to file for court intervention, our agency would file for court intervention within the tribal court. Similar with adult protective services, we have under code the authority to conduct investigations and make arrangements as needed when there are allegations or findings of adult protective services issues. We also, as an agency and as a tribe, have after-hours agreements with MDHHS to provide like immediate response for children and adult protective services. We, as an agency, are not staffed 24/7. So if it's after hours on a weekend or holiday, we have agreements and ongoing communication with the department and coordinate so that if there is a case that requires immediate response, the department provides that immediate response, and then as soon as possible, they transfer the case over to our agency to pick up and go from there. Those agreements are also longstanding. I believe the Children Protective Services Agreement was signed like in the 90s, and the Adult Protective Services Agreement was within the early 2000s. Prior to that, our tribe didn't actually have an adult protection code. So, you know, we worked to have that code passed and then we developed the agreement. So if things occur during the day or even sometimes a little bit after hours, our agency does primarily respond. But if there's an urgent need, there is coverage and access after hours. The other programs that we service under family services is our ICWA monitoring program, which we intervene and monitor on all of our Sioux Tribe children who might be court involved across the United States. As we are a large tribe with lots of members, we have a very large caseload for that program. It is very intricate in that when we are within a different jurisdiction, a different state, we end up having to kind of work through and be flexible in ensuring that we're protecting our sovereign rights, that we're legally involved in the case, but also working within the local systems and jurisdictions. part of the ICWA monitoring program is that we, as an agency, process all of the notices that are required by law that come to the Sioux Tribe. I am listed as our BIA designated agent. So in the federal guidelines and in a lot of state guidelines, agencies and courts are required to provide notice to our tribe if there's any reason to know that a child could potentially be Sioux Tribe. So that is a pretty large process within our program. We process 1,000+ inquiries a year. And when we say process, we take the information available, we coordinate with enrollment to determine if the child or parent is eligible. And if they are eligible, we move forward and seek to provide a correct response. In some cases, it's just an investigation. So we would just coordinate outside of court. But if there is court involvement, at this time, our tribe has always taken the position that we want to be involved in the cases involving our children. And so we proceed with filing a legal intervention and becoming a legal party to the case. And if someone is determined to be not eligible, we also provide a response to the court or agency so that they have record of that. With the change in open enrollment, we have worked with enrollment to make sure, because we've had a number of cases where there's a potential for someone to be enrolled or there's a pending enrollment application. And we had a similar situation a few years back when we had a special enrollment process. So enrollment has been very diligent. If we have information, we're able to contact them and they place a priority on making the enrollment determination so that everyone has that information. And then we're able to ensure that we're not missing any cases. But they have done a wonderful job at responding and helping us to make sure that we're legally responsive to these notices. Beyond that, I think next slide, we are always looking for foster homes and resource homes. We work throughout the 7-county service area on various events. We also do a couple of annual we do an annual foster parent training and recognition banquet that we partner with our local DHS and Bay Mills tribe. So it's within the Chippewa County, Chippewa-Mackinac Luce. We also do various events for child welfare. One of our big events is the Family Fun Night. And we used to have a very large event that happened prior to COVID. And then during COVID, we weren't able to do in person. And so this year we were very proud to be able to restart doing the in-person event, which had a 500+ turnout. And we kind of look forward to trying to work back to expanding those events across the 7-county service area. In the past, we had events in St. Ignace and Manistee as well. So that is part of what we would like to look to do for the future.
Any questions for Melissa? Aaron?
So one thing that I learned at one of those foster care parent sessions was not to ask the child, what's wrong with you? It said we asked, what happened to you? And recently, so my 11-year-old nephew that's permanently placed, so he's past foster care, one time we were sitting and he looked at me and said, Uncle, what happened to you? But what I wanted to say was I support the work that we do. Always we need to work on improving and making sure people don't slip through the cracks. There's, you're not responsible for what happens on the judicial side because we do case management that leads up to it, but sometimes people slip through the cracks. But we need to know as a tribe to understand where those slip-ups happen so that we can improve it and we can fund more or do more, but we need the recommendations to do that. So that's one thing. The other thing is, two other things real quick. Family supports, rather than just when somebody's in care. I know that I never gave birth to a child. I don't have any of my own natural children, but I've raised several. And I know that I made mistakes over the years, and I think that I could use some help sometimes. And so having access to that, I know that it's not currently budgeted, but creating that and coming with recommendations so that we can put that in place. You know, I grew up in a horrible, horrible environment. I love my mom, but we were abused. And so a lot of people in that same situation have to learn, you know, the better way to be. And so family supports and training ongoing that's widely available, not just targeted, I think is helpful. One other thing is whenever a child is in need of care, whether they're adjudicated or not, we need to open a case. And having and expanding our services so that we can do case management for all of our kids is probably taking it a step further. So it might be time to look at a new approach and an evolution and a new paradigm. But this came to fruition, or this came to light when Lana and I and Director Cosley Smith and Director Lee and I have shared concerns about when we place kids at our detention center, if the court doesn't order like a certain plan, we should not just limit ourselves to whatever the court says. We should put together a case management plan so that child that's going potentially down the wrong path can have an appropriate intervention, and we can then work to try to provide opportunities for positive growth for that child. So that's above and beyond what you guys are currently discharged with. But again, we have a lot of people on our board that have family members that have experienced the worst of the worst that we would easily support recommendations if they came forward. So we just need to get those recommendations. Thank you.
Kim?
Yeah, I agree with Aaron, but mentally, I think you guys have one of the harder positions in our tribe, and I just want to thank you for all the work you do, and keep up the good job. Just wanted to say that because I know that can be very straining on you. At the end of the day, you go home and try to shake all that. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Next up, we have Jamie Moran, the Advocacy Resource Program Director, to present the programs under her component.
Ani Buju, Gege Kwe Adishtakas, Nimki and Dodam, Bawating and Dunjaba. My colonized name is Jamie Moran, and I am the Program Director for the Sioux Tribes Advocacy Resource Center, which we refer to the acronym ARC, which I will use frequently going forward. The ARC was established in 1989, originally located in the court system. Since that time, it moved into social services and became a volunteer program necessary to be able to provide what survivors need. They are the experts in their lives, and we take their needs at high priority, and they're meeting their healing and their safety goals for themselves and their dependent children. Part of that is delivering services through the ARC, which is currently 100% grant funded. The main one, or the first entry of services, is typically through our hotline, our crisis line, and from there they are parsed out depending on what the individual states that the need is at that time. Victim advocacy services can include safety planning with frequent updates. It can include transportation, meeting rides to victimization-related locations, whether it be courts for medical care, behavioral health appointments, children's activities. It's an array of services that we can deliver, but the number one thing being 100% grant funded is that it has to be allowable. And I know we do encounter quite frequently frustration from some of the individuals that we serve because we can't meet those needs if they're not within our allowability parameters. When that happens, though, if the individual is willing to stay and have a conversation with us, we will generally be able to locate alternative services, either from other tribal programs or from within the community. But like I said, the unfortunate piece is the community's frustration that we're not able to meet that need at that time. So I think the number one message that I want to get out to the community is please have patience with us. When you call and we say, like, a big, for instance, is we had to discontinue our legal aid services. We no longer have an attorney on staff, but people would still call seeking legal aid services. And when we say, well, we don't have an attorney on staff, they'll hang up on us, not letting us finish, but you're able to schedule an appointment with a victim advocate to conduct a screening, and if you're eligible, we can refer you to the State of Michigan CV Lab program, where they actually have an attorney located in Marquette County that travels to all the state and tribal courts in the 7-county service area. So please be patient, and let us finish the dialogue, because we do have resource information to share if you allow us. We assist with crime victim compensation applications to the state of Michigan. We've spent several years expressing frustration with the way that program is established, essentially, which is a barrier, oftentimes to Native American survivors even submitting an application. Like, we've tracked it since I've been there, since 2013, and we've had one Native American survivor who, after hearing about the program, actually wanted to submit an application because of the requirements. You need to be able to justify the income losses. So we continue to dialogue with the state of Michigan to reduce those barriers, either through policies that they can control within that program or having to make legislative changes. Financial assistance is another huge one that we offer. We're in a dire situation right now, given that all of our ARPA funding ended on September 30th. What's also impacting that loss of financial assistance is that the state of Michigan, while they did finally approve their budget, they are still telling us to anticipate a 10 to 15% reduction in this fiscal year's allocation.
50 or 15?
10 to 15, which may not sound like much, but when your budgets are packed tight, that can be disastrous. So everybody in our program, like, I have one full-time shelter worker position that I have elected to pull from HR and not fill until I find out what's going on throughout my entire program and trying to sustain staffing and services. But that is still a current concern for us. We provide emergency legal advocacy through the form of personal protection order assistance. We're not attorneys. We cannot give legal advice, but we can assist you with filling out the form, collecting evidence to attach, filing it with the court, waiting for a response, and then sharing that information back to the individual who's seeking safety. Another big service we provide is our emergency intimate partner violence shelter. That ebbs and flows. I know when the Lodge of Hope first opened, our numbers greatly reduced because it seemed like the majority of people were seeking there as a new service in our community. Our numbers are slowly rising again, which is bad to see from a violence perspective, but it's good to see that the ARC is meeting those safety needs of those in crisis and fleeing from violence. We do a lot of outreach and community education. Our Facebook presence is huge. I know somebody else had mentioned, I think it was Steph, just have her tie into our Facebook, because then our followers can see her stuff. Communications is great with sharing stuff from our Facebook pages. So it's almost like there needs to be this whole connection thing going on with all the tribe's Facebook pages to collaboratively communicate to our communities what's available and what events are coming up. Another thing that we do is our sexual violence services, and our culture is the key to healing events. Those are primarily on Facebook and they're live. We opened it up to 30 participants that we're able to, budget-wise, support the purchase of the supplies for. We mail the supplies ahead of time so that they can do the craft online with other people anywhere in the world. It's amazing. It is amazing, the feedback that we get. So, I mean, that is something that we intend to continue doing because people have said.
When Mom was at the elder dinner here today, that guy that does maintenance at her building,
I'm like, what?
I know his mom.
He just totally lost my train of thought. So anyways, the Facebook events have been huge. Another project that we implemented probably within the last year was the Book of the Week Club. We purchased 20 books. The book is posted Monday morning at 9 a.m. There's a way to submit your name and address. The first 20, we will mail them that book. The book is specifically related to victimization that occurs in Native American communities or in non-traditional communities, because natives are abused at higher rates there, or related to Native American healing. That also has had a lot of positive feedback, because people outside of the service area are also eligible to partake in that. What do I have left? Last and least, the MMIP data tracking and referral coordination. Jessica Gillette-King, who is our community educator, has done a fantastic job tracking this information as it comes into our program. And what's even more amazing is we've been able to establish a working relationship with the Michigan Attorney General, who has facilitated warm handoffs for some of the families that Jess has talked to, for them to be able to communicate to AG offices in other states where their family member or loved one has been missing or murdered, so that they're talking to somebody higher up, that they can share their experiences, their frustrations, and hopefully get some kind of solution. So that's kind of the Advocacy Resource Center in a nutshell. We are open 24 hours a day, 365, with our shelter operations, meaning people can call at any time. Anything the community needs, my goodness, we try to get it. The best way that we know how, that's legal, and not going to be harmful to anybody. And we appreciate everybody's support for the ARC program over minimally my last 13 years in this position. So thank you.
Any questions? It looks like Kim has a question.
Just another comment. There's another program that's mentally challenging for people, because you see sometimes the worst of the worst. And I just want to thank you for doing a good job. And how many I don't know if I can ask this on here. How many children are in there right now?
I want to say there's 4.
Okay.
4 children. And again, that can fluctuate daily.
Right,
with entries and exits.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell the staff thank you. Yep.
Aaron?
So I just want to say, we do have a number of board members that are on today, and I appreciate the summary information. I do think, and this is going to actually open this up for other programs, we probably should coordinate some tours, like drop-overs or drop-ins or whatever, because everybody that's on the board should see Akadewin-Gamig and also see our operations over here, because when I don't know how I went, but I was the only one that went, and got to see your team in action when we had some state representatives there, and got to see Haley, and just your whole team is so personally committed. And I think that that's infectious, and I think that you get a better understanding of the full scope of what we do and what our needs are and what we need to support additionally to do a fuller scope. So I think that can only be really seen if you go over and check it out. So I think if you could think about coordinating like a excursion out to have open house or whatever, and so I think that would be good.
I agree. Thank you for making that suggestion.
Juanita?
Next, as Jamie touched on a little bit, we operate under certain regulatory bodies. We just can't, a lot of times, like Jamie indicated, members get frustrated with us, and it's important for everyone to understand that we have certain parameters that we have to, and regulatory bodies that we have to follow, which is the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Child Welfare Act, Michigan Indian Family Preservation Act, the Sault Ste. Marie Tribal Code, Child Welfare Committee, Department of Justice, Food Distribution Program on Indian Reservations, USDA, and State of Michigan. Those are just a few. So basically, when we do have to say no, there are reasons behind that. And if, members could just, like Jamie said, maybe be patient and let us explain those things to them, that could be helpful. Next up, we have ACFS consultations and partnerships. There's a list here. I don't know if you want me to go through it, but I think this is really important for the board and our members to understand that our staff are in the community. They're advocating not only statewide, but nationwide for the services that we provide. And these are just a few of the things that our staff participate in on a monthly basis, most of them. So if there's anything, I usually put these in my monthly report, anything the board or anybody feels that we can advocate better for within these parameters, if they would just want to let us know, that would be great.
I want to put a plug in because I know that that your team reaches out and asks for board involvement, and it doesn't come too much. And I think that there might be like an intimidation factor, because if you don't already know something as an expert, maybe you're not going to volunteer to do it. But for the board that's listening, and maybe even if we coordinated through legislative, like some prep sessions or like even just kind of like what is consultation or advocacy 101 sort of thing. There's a couple board members that do hone in on certain topic areas that will jump in, but we've kind of gotten away from that in the last couple of years, maybe because of the pandemic. But I think if we want to circle back, because like federal consultation, you get on the list a lot quicker if it is an elected official. And so just trying to figure out how to tie the board into that a little bit more. That's not obviously just on ACFS, but overall. But I know you guys do invites. I get the invites. I usually don't know how to say no, so I do it. But I think a lot of board members, if they were to be enticed to participate, I think that they would probably participate more. So.
And we have had some really great participation, I think. And Aaron, of course, you always participate, but I just want to give a shout out. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, to Rob McRory. He did come to our Tribal State Partnership when we hosted it here, and he did a phenomenal job. And I was just really proud.
Well, his story is.
I was just really proud. So.
Lana has a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you guys?
We just had a list of our different offices here on the last slide.
I just wanted to, echo what Kim and Aaron have already said. It's kind of touching to hear that ARC program's been in place since 1989. That's old school. All you girls are old school anyways. I feel like I'm sitting here with legends. Nice to see you back. I hear the frustration that you guys have. We have that too, because we get hung up on all the time as well. But phone calls, emails, all of that stuff that, been through the years that I've had to count on you guys to take care of. I appreciate that. There's thousands of people that are also full of gratitude. I know that you guys have seen people over and over and over again that, that struggle hard. So I just wanted to say that because I know it's very frustrating, but it's also, you've changed lives as well. So just know that. The other thing is, you mentioned about LIHEAP and the uncertainty of that. That's one of the best programs that we have. So what is the total funding for that? I know that we put a little bit towards it, we have to, but what is the total funding? Because at the end of the day, and I don't want to talk a lot because we're way behind, but at the end of the day, it's going to be real important for us to know, every single one of us to know at this table, what is the need when we start going, you guys watch the meetings, you hear what's going on. So knowledge is power, and we have to know so that we can prioritize those things that are happening. Because until you put all of this on paper, nobody really sees what actually is going on and what's happening. So it's a good reminder, but we need to really understand those amounts, and all of us need to understand those amounts when it comes time to make decisions. And I appreciate what you guys do.
Did you want that right now, the amount? Oh, okay, so typically we get $500,000 a year. Last year, we received additional funding in the amount of $720,000. The federal government is shut down right now. We have not received our award letter for fiscal year 2026. We are anticipating that we will get it, but we are very hesitant to open the program on November 1st when the program typically opens. So we would like to delay that for a couple of weeks. And yeah, see, I have no idea when the federal government plans on opening back up.
I guess a comment.
Depending on what is next, because we're always in a new cycle, right? I'm not sure if delaying opening it is the right choice, because we probably are going to be funded when it opens.
I agree.
And we don't want to miss that. I know it's really intense for about 2 or 3 weeks as paperwork comes in. So maybe we just make it real clear that we can't guarantee that the funding will happen, that we will open it on time, but we can't guarantee it. It all depends if the government reopens and if they fully fund it when it does.
Right. Megan can probably comment to this too, but basically what happens is when members come in and complete an application, they expect that bill is going to be paid, and they are calling, right, Megan?
They are calling. We also have people in a situation where they're facing low or no deliverable fuel, and we can't wait on those. We have to fund those through our emergency needs program, so that household has heat.
And we can open on the 1st. We can take those applications. We can let people know that it is dependent on when the funding becomes available. But I think we're still going to get a certain amount of people that are going to be very frustrated and upset. And
So one thing that the board voted on during one of the last shutdowns was to authorize the administration to proceed as if. And so maybe we should ask for a backup in tribal support to fund it until we know. And if, I think we'll be okay that if we're collecting paperwork or whatever, and if we're funding it ahead of time, that they'll still qualify. So it's not like, you know how if you already provide the service that you can't then get reimbursed for it. But I do think that administratively that exists, but it's not funded, so.
I haven't been following the federal LIHEAP. Did they allocate LIHEAP?
no. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Tribal LIHEAP
Is probably going to happen because of Tom Cole, who's Chickasaw, and he's the chair of the Appropriations Committee, right? State LIHEAP is another big question. Work requirements on SNAP and LIHEAP and all of that is still being argued out, and I asked Lorna Elliott yesterday about, where we were at with all of that, and she said that they're planning to phase programs out because they don't have a guarantee that they're going to actually happen. But, and we don't either, but we do have that one resolution that said that we would continue programming in the meantime, as long as it doesn't preempt us and then they don't qualify for the federal funding. So I think if I would vote for an appropriations, and I think a majority of us probably would.
I think it's really important, and I think I let Jess know this, is we receive hundreds of applications within the first month, 2 months. And I think last year by the end of December, we had spent like close to $300,000. So that's kind of, I would say, an average of what we do within the first couple of months.
Lana?
Yeah, there's got to be something that we can put in place, because we had a similar situation happen with another department, and it wasn't clear. They accepted the applications, the money didn't come in, So, but the tribal members waited, and to get that service, and they waited too long, the money still wasn't in. It was a horror story. So if we don't, let them know that we don't know if we're getting it until we find if we find a solution, maybe third-party revenue, maybe something, but that's one of our oldest, not to say it's the most priority, but it is, cold weather is coming, and people count on that, and the same ones count on it, and they have to have it in this day and age. So we got to figure out something, maybe third-party revenue, maybe something, but November 1st is only, 9 days away? So,
Not supplanting, to use tribal dollars to fill federal funding.
that's the question we have to ask.
I mean, that would
But
be my
even if
question.
it did, even if it was, I mean, that would be a worthwhile expenditure because we run out of money anyway.
Right.
But it's going to be tribal support.
And our next board meeting is November 4th, so we can prepare something to bring forward to the board for that meeting.
So am I hearing that we just anticipate it opening on the 1st and letting members know?
I'm you come back with a plan, because I think there might be enough of us that would support it.
And we really can't talk.
I'm sorry.
There's two of us here right now. Although Lana and I team up, that might actually get it done.
Is the board looking at continuing other departments that might be affected by the federal shutdown?
I think, well, we want to know those recommendations.
That's why I asked earlier, it's very important.
That's why I asked earlier, it's very important for the entire board to have knowledge, to know what is needed, and, have the numbers on how many that you service and what's going on, because if, we talked about, what if we don't, we did get some funding just this past week on some things that we didn't think we were gonna get, so maybe it's coming, but maybe it's not. So, we gotta be prepared for that, and we have to have the number.
I'm a bleeding heart, I'm always going to be a yes. I grew up poor.
We count on that, Erin.
Kim Gravel?
I missed some of what was being said because they weren't using their microphones. I think it was Aaron and Jamie, maybe?
I think it was
That
Shara.
me. My
Or
apologies.
We just promised them a blank check.
Oh, okay. I did catch most of it, so, okay. Who's signing that? You, Aaron?
Anything else, Juanita?
I think that's it for us. I just want to acknowledge my team. They all do a great job and make my job really easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And everybody on Zoom, I did send you guys an email too. We are going to reconvene at 1:30 to finish the afternoon session. Since we're running behind, we're going to start a half hour late this afternoon.
Planning and Development is up first, and I just wanted to note that we do have several board members online as well.
Wonderful, thank you. So move the mic a little closer. Planning and Development performs grant administration, data administration, and strategic planning support. We were asked to do a presentation that would kind of help describe some of the work that we're doing, and I wanted to put it in a format that would help kind of describe the breadth of our work that was also, I think, a little fun here. So, so the tree on the left is going to represent all of the $450 million worth of grants that we had been tracking over the past several years. And each of those are going to, each of the apples will kind of represent a division or department within the tribe. So for example, yes?
Larry, there's no way you can read this at all. I mean, the font is so small. Can you guys read it? Yeah.
So and that's the thing, if you guys would like a more detailed report, I wasn't sure.
No, I want to see this detail in here because it looks really good because it's numbers, but is there any way you could?
I can get you guys, well, I mean, I can get you guys the link to this so you can actually, so the same thing, you'll be able to zoom into this. So for example, if you look on the screen, and I muted the numbers for the presentation, but you can drill right into every single one of these, and you guys can have one with additional detail for the board. So this is all something you can see all of this. And I've submitted several reports with this information on it as well, so it's probably in a folder somewhere. So for example, ACFS, actually before I get into the numbers here, I just want to note that we're tracking the receiving, the funder, the federal funder, the receiving departments, the cost centers, award numbers, start and end dates, percentage of time and funding left, extensions, required match, and indirect as per the records that we receive. So if we look at each of these individual departments, because it is a tremendous amount of data, and so I didn't figure we want to eat up the short time with going through the details. We can see the ACFS has 53 grants as per this report, 16 grants within the administration. EDC had 3, elders 15, education 24, health 30, housing 41, language and culture 11, law enforcement 15, natural resources and a very impressive 86, planning 4, but we had good numbers on the how much funding we brought in, transportation 8, and tribal court 1 at the time of this. So the next thing we're going to look at is, and here's a tree that has all of the fruit of the grants work that the tribe is doing, right? But if we take a look at the roots of where we get these the funding, we can kind of see and jump into essentially there's all of the different federal and state funders that are out there that are providing the funds for us to do this work. And so what we can do is we're trying to use technology like this and a few other programs to better help us navigate the complexity of our funding streams, and also kind of provide a mechanism for prioritization for we have limited resources to track this and to provide support. So for example, this chart that you're seeing here on the left, that shows every one of the federal and state funders, and it shows all the tribal departments, and it shows the linkages between all those individual funders. And we can see that we have some that are very high, $49 million, $30 million down the line. So we can kind of have this means of saying, oh, here's where we focus some of our efforts. And then we can kind of dive into these. We see that it is, it looks like a little bit of a mess. This is again why we're trying to use the technology to allow us to kind of dive in and simplify where departments get their funding from. So for example, we could dive into ACFS, and we can click on ACFS, and it'll pop up all of the funders that ACFS has coming into them. So we can very quickly see who is providing them with support. likewise, we can go into health and click on health, and we can see, everybody who is funding health. And inversely, we could click on the funder and see where the funder is sending all the money within the tribe. And each of those things will provide additional details. And I'm sorry, it's hard to see on these screens, but it gives us this mechanism of diving deep and being able to navigate the complexity of our system in a quick way. And that's what we're trying to do, is utilize technology to help us navigate this complexity. Another example here, and with this, and again, it's a little bit hard to see on this screen, but this shows every grant within health and all of their budgets, all in a way that, again, is diveable. So we could go in and we can see, in the past, we were able to produce these reports that would have a color coding system which would decrease the management efforts, essentially the percent of money unspent and the percent of time on a grant. If two of those things are having problems, it would be orange or red. And when those two are together, that would tell a department head, hey, this is a focus area for me to dive in and have a meeting about and help solve those problems. And again, we can go in and we can just very quickly dive into any of the budgets. So it's about kind of building a system to support this thing, the grants administration side. Of course, we're always looking, we obviously we just came off of all the COVID funds, and those are draining out of our system. So we're looking at bumping up acquisitions. That also comes with an accounting cost and a compliance cost, but it's something that we're always pushing for, to look for, at means for expanding our grant acquisitions. To jump out of grants for a minute and go into population data in general, we can take a look at the United States here, and we can see a red dot on the screen for every tribal member per the zip code it is that they're living in, and we can dive in even deeper, and we can see our general area. So every place it's red, there's a tribal member living in that zip code. And then we can essentially go in and we can get all the numbers and that are associated with how many tribal members are each of those areas. So we put that population data to work in kind of four main ways: program planning, grant acquisitions, internal resource allocations, and public policy work. So in
Larry,
program planning,
Lana has a
yes.
question.
Yeah, Larry, who has access to this information? All of our programs?
So some of the programs, so a lot of the times when a program wants to work with me on a specific project, they will just come and say, hey, help me out, and they'll tell me what the problem is, and I'll go in and help them. Some of the stuff, we try to not, well, I guess I have, yeah.
Are you the only one with access to this information?
I am the only one with access to my statistical program, which will let me do certain things. Then, of course, IT has the database that was, connected to enrollment. But I try to create a system so that we can very quickly get this information, and then take our population data and multiply it by various percentages for estimations. Depending on maybe a health department, for example, says we want to talk about people with mobility issues, and they'll say, well, 13% of the population's this has a mobility issue. Can you tell me geographically where it is we need to address those problems? And
right. Well, this would be amazing information for the board to be able to have. So there is a way you can zoom this up and reprint it, or actually send it to us.
Yeah, that's not a problem. And again, I can do a version with not some information muted on it, so that way you guys can have be able to peer into the
Well,
details.
if there's no names on it and there's no codifying information on who the tribal members
on the
are.
population, yeah, not a problem.
We don't, I mean, we're not expecting
And I don't get
anything
names,
confidential. Yeah.
information sent to me either.
But, I mean, we should know how many are, how many members are with disabilities you just mentioned. If we have that information, that's good data information to be able to have. Okay, thank you.
Not a problem. I can send that fairly quickly. So example in program planning, so this particular chart here shows housing needs, for example. So we could take our housing needs from the HUD report, times it by our population, and that gives us an idea of where to focus housing efforts, for example, right? But we could do that, again, for any different type of need that we have. We can multiply it, and then we can identify where our geographic needs are. Grant acquisition needs. This particular chart is where we can do essentially academic assessments for each individual school or school district. And we've organized that by board unit, by school, by tribal and non-tribal individuals. We've read the last 4 years of data. We note the grade and the subjects, and we create percentages that can be applied to our population as a way to kind of identify needs per the area. So in my program, you know, if you could click on a Unit 1 school, you could click on it, you could dive in, and you could start seeing, you know, their English scores, their math scores, science scores. It just makes for a much easier way to navigate. Then we essentially end up with some level of percentages, and we take that, and then we just multiply it by our population, and it gives us a number of students that we would have in need. And you can see how that would be a very valuable thing, either in grant writing or in public policy work or in relationship building with the schools. So we're working with the education department, and some of the background work was actually done by the internship program this summer. So they were able to condition some of the data, and then I took it, conditioned a little bit more, and then got it so it input into our statistical software. So that was a huge help. Internal resource allocation. So we've done this. This one's a little bit of an older chart, but it's something that allows us to use our population information along with cost information for various projects to develop options with cost estimation, so that the tribe can make, you know, informed decisions with the allocation of our limited resources. So we can see this particular project costs X number of dollars if we deliver it this way, or this way. And again, so this one, I think we were looking at veterans and elders with veterans and total mobility issues. And so there's, again, a means of cost estimation. The other is public policy.
Larry?
Yes.
Lana has a question.
Yep, so on that, in particular, you mentioned veterans. Do you, and I obviously can't see it, but do you have that data collected on how many veterans we have identified in the tribe right this second?
I think it's on that chart. I think, I mean, this would have been a project from.
You're going to have to write it to me because,
Yeah, so.
I mean, that's good information.
Yeah, so I'll have to go back and look at it, and we could probably refresh that data too. So it's something that, you know, if you guys want to see it, it's not a problem. But yeah.
Hey, Larry.
Yes.
This is Bridget. It looks like a lot of great information. I'm assuming that you're going to email us these PowerPoint or these presentations. I think that the issue might be those that are watching it on live stream. It would be hard for them, I would think, to zoom in on it, and people that'll watch it after the live fact. But I mean, it looks like a lot of good information. Maybe there's another way we could get it out, maybe even publishing some things in the newspaper.
Yeah, I'm recognizing now that this looks a lot worse on the screen that we have here versus the screen in my office. So I appreciate that feedback, and we'll get a polished version that's, I think I can work with everybody to get something out. All right. And then again, we used, again, our population information when we did the birth rate estimations for the RX Kids program. Just another means of utilizing our population data to come up with costs, to come up with estimations that helped, you know, inform, you know, the tribe's ultimate support in that project. Okay. And then we have just a lot of examples of population data that we've used in the past, whether it be for you know, education or for opioid-related issues, or for, you know, just a variety of things. What we use our population data to really help drive our grant acquisitions and our policy work and our resource allocations. And I think it's something that each department finds valuable. And again, we'll work with each department to kind of dive in on their particular things. Like one of the things I think the health department in the past had wanted to know, like, what kind of population increases are they going to see over the next several years, so they can say, how do we bump up our resources in certain areas?
I got a question. So this program that you have here will tell the staff and the board of directors how many people we have that are touching the opioid crisis, or how many we have in diabetes, how many we have identified, how many veterans. This program will tell us that?
Yeah. Some of that will take like a little bit of finessing. So to create an estimation for any of those things, I would go and find the most relevant data source or sources, come up with a couple different estimation methodologies, apply it to our population, and then come up with kind of a reasonable window. So depending on how much detail you want and on what particular subject, I kind of custom create it, but I use this software to do it fairly quickly.
So give me an example, please, on where you would get your data collection for a veteran of the tribe. I'm not sure. We used to ask, like, in office visits in the.
Yeah, so some veteran information, for example, we get from the U.S. Census Bureau, and so they would. So I'd take that information that they
We don't do a data collection on our own.
Not specifically on veterans. Not that would be as large of a sample size as what the census.
I guess I was excited because I thought maybe this would tell us that question, how many veterans we have, how many we have experienced diabetes, how many we have heart disease, how many we have, under substance abuse.
Yeah, if you want a special report on that, I will gladly make a report on that. It just takes a little bit of effort, but
Yeah, I just think that would be good information for us to know, especially when we have to prioritize funding, but you can keep going. I just wondered if
No, those are great ideas, and again, I just tend to do like one-off prerequisite, or whatever someone's requesting. So if there's something that you guys believe is topical, and something that's just make a request, and I can whip something up. Yep, no problem. The last thing is strategic planning. And ultimately what we're doing is I'm prepping up right now the facilitation for the next master strategic plan with the board. And so we'll probably end up, this may not be the final layout of the thing, but ultimately we're going to have a series of facilitations, and the facilitations are going to lead to the generation of a new master strategic plan. So what I've done is developed a series of thought games. This is just a small sampling of them, but for example, I can look into projections or services or funding, demographics, business, program utilization, climate, looking at kind of the next 7 generations and how climate's affecting things, their ownership structure, and all those things are going to ultimately lead to some sort of updated strategic plan. And ultimately, I'm looking very forward to working with the board and getting that work completed. And I think that wraps up my presentation.
Any more questions for Larry? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Tribal Court with Judge Palmer. And Court Administrator Tracy Swan is online as well.
So we've got Tracy Swan on as well, the Court Administrator Magistrate. She put together the slides for today to sort of give the board and the public an idea of where we're at in terms of tribal court. And For many of these, of this information, I'm going to defer to Tracy. She's been at the court for 10 or 12 years, and I've been there for 10 months. So she knows a lot of the other stuff. But I would just say, in terms of our presentation, tribal court was established in 1977. It's been, the board of directors authorized that under Chapter 80. The tribal court is a fairly simple organization with one chief judge, a magistrate, a clerk. We have jurisdiction over criminal, civil cases pursuant to tribal code. And that's been expanded over the period of time that the court's been available. Currently, we're finally fully staffed. We had some issues related to staffing, and so we're fully staffed with clerk, deputy clerk, bailiff and field surveillance officer, probation officer, specialty court coordinator, magistrate, and of course the chief judge. One issue I'd just like to bring up with respect to staffing is that in the 10 months, 9.5 months I've been there, staffing has been somewhat of an issue, largely in terms of some turnover and hiring issues. And we've been able to, get over that, I suppose, at this point. Making sure that we're providing benefits to our employees that are appropriate and salaries that are appropriate has been very helpful. And I think I appreciate the work that the board's done with respect to that, so that we're able to get to that full staffing amount. Many of the people that are on this list are relatively new people, but they're tribal members and people we're happy to have back. So people like Dan Frechette was with law enforcement for years, and now he's our bailiff and our field surveillance officer. Bree Abramson was a probation officer for years and went to the state, and we were able to get her back to tribal court, which we're very happy for. And then Pat McKelvey was the specialty court coordinator for years as well. And I would consider him a guru in the world of specialty courts, drug courts, TV courts, mental health courts. And so getting him back in the fold has been huge. It's been very helpful to me and helpful to members of the tribe who take part in it. I mean, it's what's good for me is one thing, but it's helpful to everyone who deals with us. In addition to the tribal court, we also have a tribal court of appeals. That was enacted back in 1997. 5 appellate judges and then some reserve judges who served for 4-year terms. One has been appointed as the chief appellate judge, and at the current time, that's Carrie Byron, who's been doing that. We've got one who's an elder, a community member, and then 2 or 3 who are attorneys. Last year, I think there were 5 cases heard by the appellate court. We've got 3 appellate cases pending now, and they sort of run the gamut. So the child welfare cases, landlord-tenant cases, guardianship, those sort of things. I largely stay out of the appellate court world because they're going to make decisions about my decisions. So, but everyone there has been there for a long time, is very experienced, and they do a great job with what's in front of them. In 2024, you can see the filings that have been brought before the court. So 21 adoptions, 68 conservation cases, those sort of things. So I don't need to run through all those numbers, but I would indicate that it's a busy court with a wide variety of jurisdictions. So we're handling everything from child welfare cases and adoptions to criminal cases to juvenile guardianships, landlord tenants. People ask me, well, what do you do as a tribal court judge? What kind of cases do you handle? And I'm like, well, what do you got? It seems like just about anything that could appear in front of almost any state court judge is something that we handle in tribal court. So a wide variety of different things. Our tribal court processes, attorneys and lay advocates have to be admitted to practice in tribal court. So we do make provisions for lay advocates, and we have some that are registered and are able to represent people. The Indian Civil Rights Act provides due process and equal protection for anyone who's participating in tribal court. We follow the federal rules of civil procedure, federal rules of evidence. We handle criminal cases. At this point, misdemeanor cases, although the hope is that jurisdiction would be expanded at some point soon to include some felony level cases under TLOA. Juvenile cases, so we're handling cases with children and juvenile status offenses, delinquency, those sort of things. Child welfare cases, so abuse and neglect, those sort of things. So when parents need some help and children need to be protected, we handle those cases as well. All of those can be brought up by way of complaints or petitions by the prosecutor or by attorneys for the tribe or by individuals. So a lot of the civil cases are brought in by individuals. We do PPO hearings, and those are filed by individuals on their own behalf, by and large. We provide indigent defense attorneys. So if you are in need of an attorney, can't afford one, we have a roster of lawyers that we hire and we provide. And one thing that has been very helpful in the time that I've been on the bench is we've been able to expand that roster of attorneys who are willing to practice in tribal court and to help us out there. So that's been very helpful. We've got a group of lawyers who provide a great service to the court and to their clients, and we've been able to expand that a little bit. Criminal cases, as we sit here, misdemeanor cases with the maximum penalty of $5,000 and a year imprisonment, we're in the process of trying to expand that. There's some federal law that allows that, and so at some point, hopefully soon, we'd have jurisdiction over what would traditionally be considered felony cases. As far as tribal court hearings go, child welfare, juvenile, guardianship, PPO cases are all confidential, so those files are kept closed, not available to the public. Those hearings are not available to the public. All other cases are open to the public, so criminal cases, some of the landlord-tenant things, those sort of things are available. Anybody wants to come in and view those files, want to view those hearings, they're able to do that. One good result from COVID, and I don't know that there are many, but one good thing is that Zoom became a much more viable thing. And so many of our hearings, especially pretrial hearings and early hearings, are being held by Zoom. So we're able to accommodate people outside of the Sault Ste. Marie area. So if people have hearings and they're in St. Ignace, they're in Escanaba, they're in Munising, many of those things can be done by Zoom now, and that's technology that's been incredibly helpful to the court to make sure that people can participate. It also cuts costs because we're not traveling. At one point, the court would go to Munising or would go to Manistee and hold those hearings, and we're still able to do that if it's necessary, but most hearings can be done electronically, and we've been able to do that. All hearings are recorded, so we make sure that there's a record kept of all proceedings. And as I said, if it's a public file, those records are available to the public if they request. Closed files are not, but they're available for the parties and they're available for the Court of Appeals if it's necessary. Financially, the funding for the court, some is generated by court-ordered fines and costs and reimbursement. Obviously, we don't have huge control over that, whether parties can pay and are able to pay those sort of things. The bulk of the financial, bulk of the money that pays for the court comes from BIA revenue or BIA restricted funds. There's also money available through the Child Care Fund of the state of Michigan and some special tribal criminal jurisdictional reimbursement program funding. There has been, last year and so far this year at least, no need for tribal support. So all of our funding has come from outside sources. A couple things that we like to highlight, and I particularly like to highlight, are the fact that we've got a Guaymacan drug court and treatment court, and some of our specialty courts. So for those who don't know, I have a long history of practicing in state courts all across the state. I've practiced law. In November, it'll be 39 years. So really all over the state and in federal courts. Tribal court, and especially our tribal court, is an incredible problem-solving court. Our goal is to take the time to understand what will really benefit people and make the effort to provide those kind of services, and not just fall into this mill where we're putting people in jail and we're doing the same thing for everybody. And so Guaymacan is a great example of that. Guaymacan's been around for over 20 years. In essence, it's a voluntary program where people who have convictions related to substance use generally volunteer to take part in that. Usually there's some sort of a plea agreement regarding a sentence or a resolution if they're able to successfully complete. The program as it sits is a minimum of 12 months and often as long as 2-year program. It provides intensive oversight, intensive probation, provides for treatment, provides for other services. It's a best practice related program, includes 4 phases, but the gist of it is we have weekly team meetings. We make sure that the participants are receiving services that they need. They're required to go to meetings, they're required to go to treatment, they're required to attend cultural events. They're required to meet with our specialty court coordinator and probation, and they meet with the team on a regular basis. So phase 1, it's every week. And then phase 2, that time frame lengthens out until someone, they reach the end and they're able to graduate. We've had, in the time I've been back, we've had 1 graduate, just happened a few weeks ago. And that program really helps people change their lives. So it allows people to become sober, to embrace recovery. And people say, well, I'll stay out of jail. And that's a little tiny part of it. But in a bigger sense, you get your family back, you get your job back, you get your license back, you get your life back. And so we've been very, very fortunate in being able to take part in that and to further that. And Guaymacan has changed over its lifetime, but we've always been on the cutting edge of what's best practice, what's expected, and the results that we would get. So very proud of what Guaymacan's been able to do. In general, the funds for Guaymacan, there's a participation fee. We obtain a substance abuse recovery fund fee from a lot of our cases. Sault Tribe Behavioral Health has assisted with funding for some of the phase fees, some of the inpatient treatment, some testing, those sort of things. And then the board was generous enough to allocate some money from the opiate settlement funds towards our Guaymacan and specialty court programs. And that will be incredibly helpful moving forward as we continue to keep the team trained, stay on top of what the best practices are, and provide the service to all the members and all participants of Guaymacan. One issue that's come up recently, and we're really working diligently on this, is that it would be helpful to have cooperation between tribal court and state courts. And there's some of that, and we're still working on other areas of that. So our goal is to have people, tribal members who are involved in the state court criminal process, who would be candidates for Gwake-McCon and are willing and volunteering to take part in Gwake-McCon, that they would be allowed to do that. And so our services are similar or better than what they might get in a state court, treatment court, and we're trying to allow that to happen. There's been discussions regarding that. There's a little pushback, but the trend across the state is to allow that. And so if there's a tribal member and they would prefer to take part in Gwake-McCon and they would prefer to have a cultural component to their treatment court, we can provide that. So we're working with state courts to do that as we go forward. We also provided domestic violence court. I wouldn't say provide, because Gwake-McCon is a voluntary program. DV court is not. So if you're convicted of a domestic violence crime or a similar offense towards an intimate partner, you're sentenced to domestic violence court, and that would be part and parcel of your sentence. So it includes intensive probation, intensive monitoring. We have biweekly review hearings, weekly probation meetings. They're drug screened at least on a weekly basis. They attend a domestic violence group, typically a men's education group, but women are also defendants in DV cases. They take part in MRT, which is our moral recognition therapy training as well, which is a 12-week program. And more importantly, when they appear for DV court hearings, there's a team that really holds them accountable for their actions. So domestic violence court is another problem-solving court that we're utilizing to change attitudes and change behavior. Domestic violence is a huge issue on reservations all across the country. Tribal people suffer at the hands of domestic violence at a much higher rate than non-tribal members. And so domestic violence court is intended to address that directly and to change attitudes and change lives and change outcomes related to that. Moving forward, where do we intend to go? What would we like to do? Obviously, we're making better use of our technology, so we've got technology upgrades, using cloud-based systems and software, use of Zoom and other electronic ways of attending and participating in tribal court hearings, the constant work on tribal court wages to build up some equity. We want to make sure that our employees are paid at an appropriate level as opposed to non-tribal employees. I don't want to lose our people to state courts or to other offices, and that's happened in the past, and we've got some of them back, and so we're doing a much better job of that. But that's something we're working towards, to have some internal equity so that our staff are adequately compensated and we're able to get and keep good people in the court. We have a small staff, and it's important that we have a good quality staff. So we're making inroads there. We're also looking to increase our jurisdiction in our sentencing. So there's an effort along with the legal department to increase that and perhaps take on some felony jurisdiction at some point soon. A recent addition to our sort of our service group would be some trauma-based groups who are going to take part, are going to meet in the Shedowin Haven on a regular basis. So starting the first of the year, we'll have Julie McKelvey who will be handling some of those. And then we're also using Shedowin for MRT, men's group, those sort of things. So that's been very helpful for us. And on a personal note, I just want to thank the tribe and the board for allowing me this opportunity to do what I love to do. And I just want to make it very clear that I'm very happy to be involved in a tribal court system that gives me the opportunity to provide a service and to take the time to do the right thing and to problem solve for cases. It's harder. There's a lot more to it than just banging a gavel and making a decision, but I feel like we get better outcomes in a tribal court system and in our particular tribal court system. So it's, we're making changes with respect to our treatment court, our DV court. We've got some people who are on mental health tracks, so to speak, that don't fit into one of those pigeonholes, but they're receiving specialized treatment. We're reforming our juvenile justice so that we're going to have less kids in court and more kids receiving services. So hopefully a less traumatic experience for them, and a better individualized outcome. Those are things you can't always do in state court and in federal court. So very, very happy with where we're at. Looking forward to the challenges and changes as we go forward.
I believe Director Cosley has a question or comment?
Yeah, well, I know Tracy would have did a fantastic job, but you did a pretty good job too, so.
Thanks.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And that drug court, that is one of the best programs that we've had.
It's one of the best programs in the country.
Yeah.
Our drug court program, Goik-Macon, has been around longer than most states and has always been, and I've been involved with it for maybe 15 years, and it's always been sort of cutting edge. It's always been up to date and sort of ahead of its time. So when state courts in Michigan didn't even know what a drug court was, Sioux Tribe did, and it's been a great program and very helpful to a lot of people.
Yeah, I just really appreciate your presentation.
Thanks.
So I want to echo that and say that I went to the first graduation with somebody who I grew up with, and I believe he's still sober. I went to the last one. They're just so, it warms my heart and it gives me hope for our people and our future. One thing I was wondering, and we did try this, but we only tried it once, I think, so we need to try it again, is we need a drug court option for youth. So maybe something that is kind of like drug court, but not. The one thing is they get in the system and they have the opportunity for a delayed sentence to do drug court and then get the help they need rather than a conviction. And my niece, and Tracy will remember this, one of my nieces who I had custody of went through it. One of the mistakes that happened, though, in the system was the guardian ad litem didn't pay close attention to the needs, my niece's needs, and recommended she be emancipated. She was emancipated at 17. She was on the street the day she was emancipated, and she was doing drugs and trading sex for drugs. But we need something that is intensive, that once they get in some kind of trouble, and maybe even something that goes beyond like a charge or a conviction or like an almost conviction, to get them in a system. So we know drug court works. We know something that's intensive, that's mandatory, works. So we need something like that for our youth generally. So I don't know if we can collaborate with ACFS and behavioral health and put that together, but it's kind of surprising we haven't done this yet, because we know drug court works, and so we need that option for our people. So. And I also just want to say on a personal level that I'm glad that you came to work for us, because you know and understand our needs, having practice in our court, and we'll carry that forward, and I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. I would say there are juvenile drug courts or treatment courts. It's a very difficult model because of the age and the, are they ready for recovery and are they ready for sobriety at 14, 15, 16? But there are some models for that. And so it's definitely something that could be looked at.
And you will know this very well, but I also had another family member that I just couldn't beat the drug addiction. And I had custody of another family member, and his mother turned him on to drugs. His mother smoked pot with him. And I couldn't fight that because he wanted to visit his mom and smoke pot with his mom, and started on the process and started getting charges and stuff, but I had no way to mandate care. If I had that, he probably would have went down a different path, and right now I'm not really sure where he's at. I check in on him, and he says he's okay, but that's a lot of years that are just gone now. He would be graduated from college right now because he's so smart. But so we need something. So we need to try it. We just keep trying stuff until we get it right. It's worth the effort.
Okay, doesn't look like we have any more hands up from board members online, so thank you, Judge Palmer.
Thank you.
Up next, we have communications with Jen Dale Burton.
Here we are. Do we just start presenting? Okay. So, I'm Jennifer Dale Burton, Communications Director, and I'm here to give an overview of communications. The Communications Department helps tribal programs reach out to tribal members and the public concerning tribal services, programs, products, and events. It also informs members and employees of items of interest to them, such as family-friendly events, charity events, and community news, and fosters a feeling of community. Our tools, which are also our deliverables, are the monthly newspaper, Win-O-N and Nistatung, the 7-county intranet that the tribal employees share, the tribal website, SiouxTribe.com, our official Facebook, our photo from the archives Facebook, our community calendars on the intranet and the website, all user emails out to SiouxTribe.net, press releases and videography, live streaming, Facebook videos, YouTube. Using our tools, since individuals have different styles of communication and various types of access, it is important to use all the tools available to communicate successfully. Using all of our tools helps reach the target audience members via their preferred method of communicating. Our newspaper, Win-O-N and Nistatung, that means one who understands. It was named by our tribal elders back in the 80s. The paper, by the way, is in its 46th year. The tribe's monthly newspaper, Win-O-N and Nistatung, is mailed directly to all tribal elders 60 and over, and every member household that requests it. It is sent out at all tribal buildings and uploaded to our website as a PDF. And we now offer a digital edition. And we have a few people on the digital edition, and we're still adding people. Newspaper articles, notices, news briefs, public service announcements, photos with captions, community calendar items, and paid advertisements are all available in the tribal newspaper. And near the end of each year, a production schedule is distributed for the next year. So we schedule a year ahead of time. You can find the production schedule on the website or community calendar, or just call us. And we also send out a reminder email a week prior to each deadline to all of the programs. Just a note on our cost, it's a common misconception that the tribal newspaper is free. Our job is to provide coverage and photos, but there is a significant cost to printing and distributing the newspaper. So we try to help pay for that printing and distribution by selling advertisements and subscriptions to non-members. And our postage costs have really risen sharply this year. For example, in January, we mailed 10,577 copies, and that cost $7,612. And in September, we mailed 10,846 copies, and that cost $8,754, and that is because of increase in postage rates in July, and that's going to happen again next July, I found out. And so we're cutting it really close this year, but I think we're going to zero out on our postage budget. It's all the more important to get the digital edition going. Our intranet is an internal communications mechanism for tribal employees' use. It is informative and reaches across the service area. For events and other offerings targeting tribal members and employees, it's a tool of limited use. It reaches only those who have a computer with access to the network and who check the intranet. Postings on the intranet often request attached flyers be printed and posted at the work site, but that's not guaranteed. It's an option for last-minute scheduling or changes also. And our official website at SiouxTribe.com is limited to those who can access it. People without means or inclination to buy or use a computer, such as maybe some senior citizens, or using a smartphone, will not see the website content. Employees' computers at work are often blocked from the internet also, so the website is an added option to help spread information. It is worth remembering that the website can reach internet using tribal members all across the globe. So it's all part of a system. The navigation, we keep all the department's information up to date if we are informed of the changes. I think I accidentally had 2 of those. Videography, last April in 2024, Communications added a video producer to record and live stream board meetings and workshops and produce videos for the tribe. So far, the videographer has recorded and live streamed board meetings on Facebook and YouTube and produced promotional videos for JKL and conducted and produced a number of elder interviews, and is working on getting other projects.
I feel like they should step in front of the camera for a second.
Yeah, I know. I keep wanting to look over.
Oh, they're shaking their heads, no.
No. Our official Facebook, facebook.com/SiouxTribe, has over 18,000 followers and continues to grow. People who like our page seem to be tribal members, members of other tribes, tribal employees, and family members who are not enrolled. If you look at the demographics on Facebook, most of the people on Facebook are in the UP, and then in northern Michigan, and then in Michigan, and then after that it spreads out around the whole globe. Communications uses Facebook to further the reach of the tribe's events, program news, and activities like fundraisers and family-friendly events. So when programs send us information, we will likely post it here as well. It also live streams board meetings and board workshops, which are then posted on YouTube. And here I'm just giving you a little snapshot of the past month's stats on Facebook. It's pretty good. We had 313,266 views. And of those, 11,666 were 3-second views and 1,072 were 1-minute views. So that's pretty good. Our community calendars. Communications posts to community calendars on the intranet and website. We load all the schedules we receive on these calendars. On both sites, there is a week at a glance display on the sidebar and a full-sized event calendar to click on. I think these are underused by the tribal programs for scheduling events. I think it's really handy to go on the intranet, say, and click on the event calendar and see what's going on before scheduling an event. It's a good tool. Our all-user group-wise messages. These are messages sent out to all email users across the 7-county service area at SiouxTribe.net. We try to limit these to enhance their effectiveness. People stop reading when too many are sent out. They keep seeing that name, Sherry Lucas, over and over, and they just quit looking. So we try to limit the number of emails we send out. And sending flyers to all group-wise addresses uses a lot of memory, so we try to keep these on the intranet unless it's important or urgent. And then we have assistance to others. We help tribal programs and tribal groups, such as powwow committees, as requested. They might need a form edited, a flyer designed, or some photos or proofreading, and of course, we don't charge for any of that. We assist Bellwether Public Relations with 2% information and photos, and natural resource photos and stories. And our videographer is happy to help tribal programs or groups with videotaping, live streaming, video production, and even drone photographs. Sometimes there has to be a charge for that, though, such as if there's a lot of travel. And we do also have special projects. We work on a few special projects that have been associated with communications for some time, such as our annual report to the membership and the member services directory, and we add others as directed. And as for scheduling, since we are a very small staff, just 5 people, we need to plan ahead. So we ask for as much lead time as possible so we can cover everything. And here I have a contact sheet for the newspaper department. We're at the tribe's administrative offices at 523 and 531 Ashman, and our main number is 632-6398. And we have a newspaper email, and Sherry, my executive assistant, has her email and an extension. Brenda Austin, one of my staff writers, Scott Brand, one of my staff writers, and Joe Street, our videographer, and then there's me. And you can contact any of us if you need anything. Questions?
I don't have a question. I want to just say how you guys do a quality job, and I appreciate it. People do love looking to our tribal paper. There's some sections in it they don't look at too regularly, but we won't talk about that. But I wonder if, now that we're reviving the, what we used to call them quarterly reports, I don't know how often they'll happen, but the membership updates and reports, you'll remember this. And you mentioned it a little bit, you did it very subtly, is like you only publish what you get, right? And we encourage programs to write. They have a PSA, they got a space in the paper to do it, but we don't get people that do it. And some don't feel they have the capacity, or they're too busy, or it's not important, or whatever, I don't know. But could we get back to developing some kind of a mandatory schedule where every program and services in the tribe is required to put stuff in the tribal paper? Wherever they can pay for a PSA, we want them to do that because it helps pay for the cost. And a lot of programs and services across the tribe do have money in their budgets to be able to cover for PSA, not PSAs, but ads. But we should have a rotating schedule for every program and service in the tribe that they're giving information to the tribal paper. And if you have to do like clinics or workshops to teach them how to write stories or articles or whatever, maybe that'll help. But not leaving it up to you to have to go hunt to get the information, but having them have the expectation that this board wants the information pushed out to the people, and that's the way we make it happen, so, yeah.
Well, we do check with the programs as much as we can, and I think sometimes they just don't know how to identify news. So that could be something. But we don't want to make people try to come up with something when there's no news. You know, you end up wasting space or having fluff, and we want everything to be meaningful. So maybe you're right, some more trainings and clinics might help. But
I think the key part is, especially like services that are coming up, that, like, I'll give you one, is we don't know right now with LIHEAP and posting when that's going to go live, or Maria just walked in, and last night we talked about the sanitation program, putting information out, but having programs put that information out a couple months consistently in advance of when the application deadline opens, that would be helpful, because, you know, people don't always see it, right? And if it appears a couple of times.
That's true.
Yeah, and then one other thing is, and again, this will be on Jessica's shoulders, but success stories, or, you know, how programs helped people, you know, personal interest type approach. If we can give them a template so that we can pull it out of them, because they're not communications experts. That's the kind of stuff that people like to see too. Success stories.
True. They like those success stories, and we really like them because they're really good models for the readers, especially the youth. And everyone loves reading about their family members too, especially grandma and grandpas whose grandkids are doing well, you know, made an accomplishment. So yeah, we really like that. And we don't mind writing. We really don't. If a program, I just said and I told myself I wasn't going to. I think if someone wants to get a hold of us and tell us about a story, we can write it. We're happy to. They don't have to. That's our job. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. It doesn't seem like there's any more questions. So up next, we have Elder Services with Katie Peabody.
Hi, Katie Peabody from Elder Services. So the mission of Elder Services Division is to provide high-quality in-home access and community-based services for tribal elders to assure maximum health and independence. And I had to get one last picture of the old building before we had our beautiful exterior renovations. So. It's almost all the way done. So. We provide a variety of services for elders. Under nutrition, we have congregate meals and home-delivered meals. We have home care assistance, which includes personal care, homemaking, and respite care. We have outreach and advocacy to help coordinate services and resources for elders. We have non-emergency medical transportation. There are 10 elder subcommittees across the service area. We also have an elder health fund for dentures, eyeglasses, durable medical equipment, and life alerts. We have an elder ramp program. We also participate in national research and needs assessment for data and provide volunteer opportunities and community service. We're very proud of our 4 meal program sites. They are located in Sault Ste. Marie, St. Ignace, Hessel, and Manistee. Each of these sites provide congregate meals Monday through Thursday starting at 11 a.m. or 11:30 a.m. We have home-delivered meals that are delivered to homebound elders before the in-house meals are served. We also provide curbside pickup after the meals. We deliver frozen meals at the end of the week for elders that wish to have them throughout the weekend. Other meals provided throughout the service area take place during the elder subcommittee meetings. The Munising elders have an additional meal during the month. Newberry, Nabinway, Marquette, and Escanaba all have one catered meal during their meeting. The Mackinac Island elders have kind of a different approach for meals. They're provided with vouchers to use at a restaurant on the island once per week throughout the year. They turn in the vouchers and they're sent back to us. Our in-home services for elders include home care assistance, which again is personal care, homemaking, and respite care. We have 4 home health technicians that cover the 7 counties and go into the elders' homes to provide these services. It all starts with the referral to the registered nurse, and she meets with the elder and sees how we can help them. And then they're put on a schedule. They're seen 1 to 2 hours per week or every other week, depending on their needs. The outreach and advocacy to coordinate services and resources. This is the newest expansion in this program. It came out of COVID. Home visits from the outreach team will help any elder needing assistance to access community resources available to them. Many of our outreach workers don't even have an office. They work out of their cars or wherever they can stop and make copies, or they'll visit the elders in their homes, take them out for lunch, different things like that. A big part of what they help them with is applications for various tribal and non-tribal programs, help connect them to any other services that they can think of. And their biggest part of their job as well is to help the elders remain independent. They help find needed housing, relocate, get home repairs, roofing, and so much more. I feel like every week I'm hearing a different story of a way our outreach coordinators have assisted an elder in a way that I didn't even think was possible. Other vital services for elders include non-emergency medical transportation. We have 1 full-time transportation coordinator, a full-time driver, and then 2 part-time drivers that cover the entire service area. We're able to travel into as far as Green Bay, Wisconsin, and then downstate, Traverse City, Gaylord, Rogers City. There are a number of times where other team members step in to help and provide transportation to needed appointments as well. The 10 elder subcommittees I referenced earlier there's 9 monthly meetings in the different areas, and then one of those groups is the Elder Advisory Committee, which is made up of members from each of the different units. They come up with fundraising activities for their different ideas. They're a big part of the Elder Scholarship Program, and many of them have served on the Michigan Indian Elder Association representation. Another big part of our program is the Elder Health Fund. This is a program that provides assistance to pay for dentures, eyeglasses that can be received at any of our tribal health clinics. We can also help connect them with needed medical equipment, and then those Life Alert bracelets or the buttons that help people stay safe in their homes. That is a needs-based program, and so just depending on the income that the elder has, we're able to assist by covering a percentage of the medical needs. The Elder Ramp Program is also another program we're very proud of. It's where a referral starts again with the registered nurse, and then we partner with a local company and they build a ramp so that the elder can get into and out of his or her home safely. The ramp is completely paid for. The elder doesn't have to worry about anything. We're able to do about 4 or 5 ramps per year. We're very proud of that program. We just wrapped up participating in the National Research and Needs Assessment for Data. This is part of our participation in the Title VI funding program. So this is where we get information on what the elder needs are so that we know where we can continue services and what additional services we can consider based on the needs of the elders in our service area. There are a number of ways that elders can volunteer. Linking them with youth or providing the youth to volunteer with them. They enjoy being part of their community. The next slide is just a big, long list of all the elder subcommittee meetings that happen throughout the year. There's one group that doesn't meet in the winter, and then the Elder Advisory Council has a couple of months where they don't meet as well because everyone is traveling to Newberry. So for their safety, they stop meeting during the winter as well. Otherwise, the groups meet once a month. At the meetings, they talk about different fundraisers that they want to do. We frequently have board members that are there to help give them updates on what's going on in the tribe. The members can just also talk about different things that they want to see happen in their area. And then we frequently have representatives from the health center give them updates or give them helpful tips. We have, I'll let them know everything that's going on with elder services, and anytime that we can bring in additional guests to speak or help them with anything, we try to make that available as well. Population. So this just breaks down the elders by county. Chippewa, of course, is the largest, but we have over 2,600 elders in the 7-county service area that our team is proud to serve, and over 8,400 elders in the tribe. Those are pretty big numbers. Speaking of big numbers, we're really proud of the services that we were able to provide last year. I'm not going to read each one of them, but it just breaks down all the meals that we provided in the different areas, including the meetings. Those were meals provided to elders. The home-delivered meals, the frozen meals. Anytime someone called with a question, how we were able to help them. The loan closet, we have a variety of durable medical equipment on hand that if someone needs it before they're able to get it from PRC, we just run it over to their home quickly and they're able to use that until they can get their own. And then the transportation, this is why our drivers are so busy. The Elder Health Fund, you can see the number of applications that we've assisted elders with. That needs to be done on an annual basis. And then in the Sioux, we also do medication deliveries for homebound elders. And in some of our other outlying areas, we are able to assist with picking up medications from time to time. If one of the home health techs knows that there's a need, they can pick it up and bring it when they're going to do their home visit. We have a dialysis pilot transportation program as well, providing rides to dialysis. And then that's just a breakdown of the Mackinac Island vouchers that were turned in last year for meals as well. The next page, the homemaker services. We do receive funding from UPCAP they help provide us with additional team members in certain areas where we don't have team member staff, so that elders in Newberry, Munising, Marquette, and parts of Manistee are able to receive services. So the numbers with the stars, that's where we're partnering with these other agencies to help provide that care and service to the elders. And then last year we had the 5 ramps. The case management is completely done by the registered nurse. She does the initial assessment, reassessments, checking in with the elders. And the referrals all start with her as well. And then there's a nice breakdown of how many elders participated in the various meetings across the service area. And then lastly, the outreach program. So that's the number of contacts with elders, whether it's a phone call, a home visit. Some elders like email check-ins. If they stop in to the office and need assistance with something, that just shows the different areas where we're reaching out to the elders as well. So our funding partners, there's so much that we're able to do. Thank you to the tribal support. We do partner with Title VI with the grant that helps fund a great deal of the meal program. And then again, partnering with UPCAP to help provide the gap in services for our home health aides. Then the last page is just a nice collage of our team. There's 25 of us in the division, myself, the registered nurse. We have a transportation coordinator, 1 full-time driver, 2 part-time drivers, 4 full-time home health techs, 4 full-time outreach coordinators, 6 cooks, 2 meal program aides, a meal delivery driver, and then an admin assistant that keeps us all organized. One of the things that we've been focusing on too is more social events, getting the elders out or bringing them together for different things. The picnics have been back for a bit now, and that's always a good time. And the holiday parties, we're looking forward to that as well. And lately, they've done a couple of color tours, and we held our first elder prom, which we absolutely loved, and we'll be doing more of that as well.
Thanks, Katie. I believe Lana has a question.
Yeah, well, I just noticed that the elder meeting participants, the most was Unit 2. 715 elders participated in those meetings. That's pretty cool, and I know because I attend those. I do, and I've said this before in your presentations, I'm going to say it again, there is nothing that those workers won't do for, I mean, they carry in wood. I know. They carry in wood, and they just do everything, and I know that, you know, my own family member had to use those at the end, and to buying him candy bars coming home from dialysis, Danielle. I mean, they showed up when he was sick, you know, when they weren't needed anymore. You just have a very, very good program, and I'm really impressed with it. How it after Holly left, because Holly was a big influence. She was big shoes to fill, and it was seamless. And I think you really do a good job, and I think you have really good workers there.
Thank you. I'm really proud of our team. They really do care, so I'm glad that other people see that as well. So, thank you.
So I think recently you met with us, and we had expressed some of those satellite meal programs that are not fully functioning, like the Sioux or St. Ignace and Hessel. And part of the reason is because we're vastly underfunded by the federal government. Unfortunately, we lost Cynthia. Cynthia retired. She was the national director, and she was Turtle Mountain Chippewa and a good friend, good advocate, but she found it impossible during this transition, this election transition, to do her job. And but we had been working on advocating for different formula for funding so that we get more funding, because we've been locked in. We don't get much more funding today than we got when Fred Gardner was our meal cook, and I'm talking 45, 50 years ago. So I think you guys do a great job with what you have. So we're looking at, and I know we're in a tight financial time, but feeding our elders is one of our critical things. So if we could continue to move forward in that direction. And I do have one funny story. When our elder groups first formed, and the Sioux elder group, 2 of my elders were on. One was Tapun, who was sometimes very, very crabby. That's Elaine Young's grandma. And one was Baz, who was also very, very crabby. They're both bullies from the Bully family. And so when we had our trip to Branson, Missouri, they did a bunch of fundraising. This was our very first trip. They got on the bus, and Tapun lit up a cigarette, and she was sitting right next to Baz, Sophie, and Baz told her, "Put that out, you can't smoke on this bus." And then Tapun said, "You quit telling me what to do, you've been telling me what to do for 70 years. And they almost got in a fist fight on the bus, but it was funny. So anyway, so.
That is funny. The elders do want to get out and travel again. They're coming up with some really creative ways to raise funds to do that. The Hessel group just made 160 plus homemade pasties and raised a huge chunk of money for their group. So
They introduced fish pasties.
I know.
Which were delicious.
Did you get some?
I don't know where they got that idea.
So
Kim Gravel.
Hi, Katie.
Hi, Kim.
Hi. Did I hear you mention respite care when you were doing your presentation?
Yes, it's one of our lower numbers, but it is something that we do offer.
Okay, like, right now, I have a cousin that's, her husband is taking care of her, but he's not tribal, so would he qualify for help with that respite care for her?
I would encourage them to get a hold of our registered nurse, Tanya Robbins, and she could talk to them about options.
Okay, I wasn't sure if the care provider had to be tribal. I wasn't sure how that worked, so. All right, registered nurse at the health center.
At Elder Services.
Elder Services, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I would be remiss if I didn't announce this, because the chairperson announced last night, the Unit 1 board members came together, and they're using their cultural enhancement funds to process deer. I think they're going to do 10 deer. I think he said that last night. And for elders that are listening to this, you can come to the Tribal Elder Center meal program, the Unit 1, and once this is ready, once the meat's processed, I suppose they got to kill the deer first. And then once the meat's processed, you can get this at the Elder Center, the Unit 1 Elder Center. And there is a phone number, but if you go to the chairman's Facebook page or my Facebook page, I think it's going to be posted on all the Unit 1 board members' Facebook pages and probably the tribal website too. But you can pick it up at the Elder Center.
Yes, so I spoke with the chairman about that this morning. As the deer are ready, we'll run and get it. We'll help distribute it during lunches, meals, the drive-through window. So we'll make sure that it's distributed.
Oh, and are we getting potatoes? Are we harvesting?
I did hear about some potatoes being harvested as well. They're not on site yet, but anytime anything is harvested like that, we just have in our dining room and people are welcome.
When we planted those, the chairman told me how that was going to work. And all he did was took a potato and he cut it in fours and planted it. I'm like, that's not going to work.
It works.
But I guess it worked.
All right, that looks like all the questions for you, Katie. Thank you. Up next, we have housing with Maria Manjin.
Thank you. It's blowing hot here somewhere. Oh, you got it. You want to do it? No, you're fine. You're fine. I just okay. Hi there. Maria Mangine. I'm the interim housing director. So I will be presenting for Housing Authority today. The first page is our team. And we normally have between 50 and 60 employees, but it depends on the time of the year, because we have construction crews that are seasonal. Our team suffered a loss this year when we lost our long-term director, but we've all pulled together and we got to move on no matter what. So thanks to this team, we've been able to do it, and pretty well, I think. So our mission is to provide affordable and safe, unique housing opportunities while promoting self-sufficiency and self-determination. Also, our vision is to sustain housing programs that promote improved quality of life, economic self-sufficiency, and future growth of Sioux Tribe members. Our objectives, which are I probably put like the three most important ones here, are to create affordable housing units across the tribe's housing sites throughout the service area, to take care of what we already have. Maintaining our 565 units is important and is also a requirement of our current funding source, and continued development of unique housing opportunities for the homeowners throughout the 7-county service area as well. So we're a TDHE, and what that means is the board has designated the Housing Authority to receive the block grant from HUD and to administer the affordable housing programs on behalf of the tribe. The NAHASDA funding is the Native American Housing and Self-Determination Act. Sorry, is it a little low? I talk low, sorry. Is what we currently receive, and it's much more flexible, allowing the tribe to determine the housing needs for the communities. Whereas the 1937 Housing Act funds was dictated by HUD, and HUD told us what we could do with those funds. So we really appreciate NAHASDA. It's been enacted probably about 20-plus years, but it gives us a lot more flexibility. And those are the biggest differences between the two. Our current housing stock, we have 565 units. 118 were constructed utilizing the NAHASDA funding. 427 were the 1937 Act funding. And then 20 Odinung Home Tribal Enterprise units were set, and those are the modulars at Odinung. And we were able to occupy those in 2024, and they were funded by Unit 1 ARPA. So we have 401 income-based rental units, 94 elderly designated units, which are also income-based, and then 70 homeownership units. And then down below is kind of like the count for each unit. So Sault Ste. Marie, for example, is 234. That's our most units. Whereas like Wetmore and Marquette, Wetmore has 19 and Marquette has 10. So we're looking to expand housing in all those units. That's our future plans. So what we're up to currently is in Unit 1, we are working on constructing a 20-unit apartment building for single people. And we haven't been able to meet that need, housing for single people, and this will give us ability to at least start. So $2 million of this project was funded with Unit 1 ARPA funds, and then we received, we were awarded a $6 million Indian Housing Block Grant Competitive Award. And so we hope we'll have shovels in the ground in 2026. We're hoping to occupy by the end of 26, but it could be in the 27, depends on what kind of, there's always a few roadblocks that you come into when you're in construction. So hopefully everything goes smoothly and we can get selecting people in 2027. So if you know single people, they have to meet income eligibility and, certain other things to have them go ahead and apply, because one of the application criteria is date of application. So if everything stands the same and they all have the same points, we'll look at who applied the earliest. In Unit 2, in Hessel, we are constructing a duplex, and that will be elderly designated. They're about 80% complete, and we hope to be move-in ready by early 2026, but potentially by the end of the year, because they are close, but there's just a few things that might be held up because materials are back ordered and things like that. So sometimes you can't control those things. Also in Unit 2 in Newberry, we're doing a quad, and that again will be 4-unit elderly designated. And this project will be complete hopefully by the summer of 2026, maybe a little earlier, again, depending on how easily we can get materials, we can get contractors scheduled, those kind of things. In Unit 3, this is funded by ARPA Unit 3 dollars. We are developing the Savard property, and that's near the airport in St. Ignace. There's not a lot of buildable land in St. Ignace, so this is a really good thing. We currently are running utilities to the site along the road, and then we're also working on a right-of-way and easement with the BIA so we can start actually developing the land and getting utilities and roads in 2026. And then that will allow us to have buildable land in that area so we can start making plans to do some construction of units in St. Ignace. Unit 5 Wetmore, we set 6 tiny homes there, 3 2-bedroom homes and 3 2-bedroom and 3 1-bedroom, sorry about that. They're set, and we're looking to do an open house on November 12th. We'll be advertising that so people can go through the units. And they are tiny homes, so there's not a lot of room, not a lot of storage, but it would be shelter for, someone that was really needing it. And it will probably be more of the single person selection or a very small family, only because of the size of the unit and the one bedrooms, there is a loft with stairs. So it's not really accessible, those kind of things we have to look at, when we're doing selection. So that's what.
I want to see if Tyler LaPlante will fit in a tiny home.
He might have went in one. And then any funding left in Unit 5 ARPA will go to relocating the playground and future land development. So we're looking at developing more land, so we have more buildable land also in Wetmore to expand housing. And then also in Unit 2, we received some home rehabilitation dollars, which is great because then that just takes it off our list. And it assists people that we can't maybe get to because there's only so much funding, and the list for home rehabilitation is huge. This is funding for homeowners that are off reservation. Typically, they're off reservation. And so we could provide, so with that, we provide 11 home improvement projects. We had 9 major rehabs, everything from bathroom remodels, floor joist replacements, electrical work, insulation, roofs, depending on what their home actually needed. And then we were also able to replace 2 roofs with this project. So if we have any funding remaining from this project, it'll just transfer over to the other Unit 2 projects like the quad in Newberry or the duplex in Hessel. And then the tribe also gave us money for the utility authority under the ARPA projects. So this is for the housing sites that have the utility authority, and all their systems are being updated. New septics, drain fields, curb stops, gate valves, hydrants, meter updates, and software changes. So that would be really great. Hessel and Wetmore are currently in process, and Manistee will be done in 2026. So these are really old systems, so probably 40 years old. So this is a really, really great, because then that's less expenses that we have to put on the utility authority. And the utility authority right now will be subsidized by housing in 2026. So what we collect in costs from the tenants, we have more expenses. So this will help in that area as well.
Well, I remember before I left how this was coming to a crescendo and a feverish pitch where we were going to try to force the housing to use either one of their funding sources to cover the utility authority, and not recognizing that the utility authority is actually managed by housing, but it's a tribal thing. So I'm glad that these ARPA funds help to do infrastructure improvements, but do we still have like a fee that the residents have to pay?
Yes, they have to pay a water bill. And there is sewer charges and water charges, and an admin fee with that too.
Okay.
But, we don't want to increase the costs on them, so the utility authority many years ago was self-sustaining because we had casinos on it, like specifically St. Ignace, and we also had the St. Ignace housing site then, and we also had Odinong housing site. We don't have that anymore, so there's only 3 small housing sites on the utility authority. So we had a fund balance for several years, but it's really close. There's not much there anyways. So the housing authority is picking up anything, that remains, so that we can keep those costs, low and affordable to the residents.
How much did you get for the utility authority out of ARPA?
Let's see. Well, obligated, we have spent like $945,000, but I think it was up over 1.3 million.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so everything will be updated, and that'll be, much better, and so, no, okay. So our resident services stats, We received 509 applications for housing this year. We only were able to move in 38 people, and we did home visits that include 1,851. We do home visits to keep them in compliance with their lease so that they not, aren't faced with eviction. So we remind them, make your utility payments if they're on the shut-off list, those kind of things, because those things are, they could be evicted potentially for those things. So we try to work with the tenants. We offer money management, budgeting, life skills such as cleaning and layers and the different things that we can assist the tenants with, and resources. So if we know the app's open, we'll run around and, get those applications out to the tenants. But I just want to highlight that receiving 509 applications, and there's only so many units. Our waiting lists are huge, and we try to work as quickly as possible to get more housing units, but, we're trying to find other opportunities. Like, for instance, we were able to subsidize 6 rental vouchers over at the Garfield Landing. So other different, types, because we can't do it all. I don't think we'll ever meet the need, not in my lifetime anyways. So those are the kind of opportunities that we look for. We have other projects, low-income housing tax credit projects that some other outside developers are working on, and then we can also affix vouchers to those units too if they're awarded and are able to have some units available for us. Maintenance, these are all the maintenance statistics. These are what we call work orders. It's for appliance repairs and furnaces, electrical issues, anything the tenants are having issues with, they call into the office and they're issued a work order. So those are all the different work orders. And then the other updates and upgrades, because we have to maintain what we already have. So we've done 175 furnace replacements. We're looking to amend a grant so we can do, because we have a little bit of funds remaining, so we're looking to do about 55 more boilers with that grant. We did 15 driveway replacements. We updated 10 kitchens, 10 bathrooms, 8 kitchens, mailbox replacements. We replaced the decks and did some foundation work and garage doors at the quads at Odinong. You might have noticed the decks in the back look really well. And then we worked on some pump house upgrades. And then I'd just like to remind that we do have down payment assistance. We administer the sanitation program on behalf of the tribe, the Bureau of Indian Affairs Home Improvement Program on behalf of the tribe. There's just, I know I'm forgetting some furnace and water heater replacements is also available to tribal members in need. Yeah, so I think that's all I have today.
Any questions for Maria? Lana?
I just have a comment. You started out your presentation about suffering the huge loss of Joni, and you guys did pick right up. That was a huge loss. I think my daughter's, she's like 34 or 35. I don't know exactly, but she had just started. And, I just think you guys do a wonderful job out there. And I really appreciate all the hard work, because we scrambled at the beginning on how we were going to, who was going to push through these ARPA dollars and get these jobs done. And you guys just pulled up your sleeves and took care of us as much as you could. So, and it hasn't been, it's been good, you guys getting through those projects. So I know that I speak for Kim too in our unit. You did a really good job, so we appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, we just kind of piecemealed who knows what about what. That's all we kind of did. But if it wasn't for that team out there that she was a huge part of developing, I don't know if we would have got through it. So she was our director for 17 years. And, we have had really stable directors. We've only had 4 in the whole course of Sioux Tribe Housing Authority. And, yes, Carolyn O'Neill. So that's really unheard of in Indian country. They go through directors very quickly out there. So it's really great. And actually, I was out at the Great Lakes Indian Housing Association conference last week, and they presented us with a check in Joni's memory as donation to the National American Indian Housing Council, which she was a board member of for several years. So, but thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands up. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
And that concludes the presentations for today.
We'll see you Monday.
I just had something real quick, Jessica, for Maria.
Go ahead.
Maybe they could put that in the paper if the family's comfortable with that, about the donation in Joni's memory. I think that's something really good.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Maria, too. Thanks, Jessica.
Thanks, everyone.